జననీ జయకేతనం ముక్కోటి గొంతుకలు ఒక్కటైన చేతనం.
Thank you, Telangana State Branch. I know we've stopped the registrations because the capacity of the auditorium was only 1,300. So we forced to stop the registration, but we are live on TNAI's official YouTube. So your friends who are unable to register for the conference, they can watch this program live on YouTube. Welcoming on stage the Uttar Pradesh, the land of legends, holy rivers, ancient cities and pilgrimage, Uttar Pradesh State Branch. Thank you, Uttar Pradesh State Branch. Devbhoomi and Valley of Flowers. Marching in front of you, Uttarakhand State Branch. Let's put our hands together to the Devbhoomi of India. The Paschim Banga and melting pot of cultures. Welcoming on stage, the West Bengal State Branch.
যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে
Thank you, West Bengal State Branch. Thank you, West Bengal State Branch. Welcoming to the stage the pride of Indian nursing and the warriors of Indian nursing, military nursing services. Put your hands together. We cannot compare their sacrifice, their efforts. So please put your hands together for the military nursing service of India. We give a big round of applause to our soldiers. They are not just nurses, they are the soldiers of our country, the military nursing service on stage. Thank you. Let's welcome on stage our national leaders, the TNAI National Headquarters, leading by Professor Dr. Roy K. George, President, National President TNAI, Mrs. Evelyn Pigarnan, Secretary General of TNAI, and Mrs. Anida Diodar, former President of TNAI. I request all of you to give a good round of applause to our national headquarters.
TNAI, a journey of selflessness, dedication, and care.
I request
Moving ahead with commitment and dedication since 1908.
Applause to them.
Following in her footsteps, a band of 9 visionary women formed the Association of Nursing Superintendents of India. 11 decades and countless experiences later, in 1908, was born our alma mater, the Trained Nurses Association of India. It also played a pivotal role in setting up regulatory bodies like the State Nursing Council, 1926, and the Indian Nursing Council, 1947, in India. In 1974, TNAI became a member of the Commonwealth Nurses Midwives Federation, CNMF, a group whose board seats have been welcoming associations from TNAI's presidents ever since.
Thank you, sir. And the
Over
team.
the years, TNAI has been working very closely with the government and non-government organizations to
Thank you. I hope all of you have enjoyed the ceremonial parade. And we are thankful to all the National EC Council members and state branch executives, and above all, our TNA members for their cooperation and their dedication and everything. And we are now taking a break for the inaugural ceremony. So we request all of you to just wait for 5 minutes to make the further arrangements. Once we give the arrangements, you can just move out for a relaxation at the counters.
A very warm good morning to all from TNA headquarters, Delhi. As Ajna has indicated, this was the first time that we started with this parade to showcase the cultural variety and the pan-Indian spirit. I think all of you enjoyed it. And special thanks to the national headquarters, national offices, national headquarters team, and all the state branch presidents and secretaries and executives who made it happen, irrespective of the starting trouble. And though we started late, we finished in time. It is 10:30. There was a buffer time, and the credit goes to all of you, the TNA members of across India, who are here and who are not here. This is the showcasing of the change of TNA, and we will continue to change with the times, with your cooperation, with your support, your participation. Thank you very much.
We are taking a break we are taking a tea break. So break for tea, and all of you please move to outside. There is a big hangar structure. There's a tent that is for the general delegates, and National Executive Council members will be escorted by this volunteers. So please have your tea and come back 11 o'clock. We will start our inaugural ceremony. Thank you, and thank you for your heartful support and everything. And we are very glad to see you all here. We will start the formal function in half an hour.
অন থাক, অনই থাক। এটা করে দিচ্ছি। খাবলে একেলগে বলছি একাটাকে ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে, চারটে।
तो भाई तू पैकिंग करके लेके आ, कौन बोला तेरे को लड़का लोग को?
Please, ये मिल गया. यही वाला है ना सर? आपका पेन भी
क्या है जी प्लस का नाम क्या है अभी जो है आप वो सिद्धार्थ जी I was here only. Yes, sir. A very good morning to everyone assembled here. I request the August gathering to be seated in their respective seats.
You are inviting the guest to the you are inviting the guest.
என்னோட ஹேண்ட்பேக்ல என்னோட ப்ரோக்ராம் லிஸ்ட் Namaskar, happy morning, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the Northeast India, Guwahati, the gateway to goodness. A very blissful morning to the distinguished guests and the representatives from Assam government, powerful TNA president, and the wise and nice vice presidents of the TNAI, excellent TNAI executive members, commendable TNA council members, the lifeline of TNAI Secretary General and dutiful Deputy Secretary Generals, most delightful delegates, an admirable audience, a warm welcome to the 77th TNA National Conference at Sri Manta Shankaradeva International Auditorium, Guwahati. The aptly chosen theme of our conference is Invest in Nursing for Global Health. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Janie Kem, the Vice President of South Region and the Master of Ceremony for the inaugural session. Today, the TNA had invited a few stakeholders from the Ministry of Assam, and they were unable to make it due to some protocols. I will never say we are unfortunate. I will say they were unfortunate because they were not able to see the oneness and greatness of nurses from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and India as a whole. Yes. They miss us. It is an immense pleasure to welcome the Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Siddharth Singh IAS, Commissioner and Secretary, Medical Education and Research, Ministry of Health, Assam. The special guest, namely Professor Kathleen McCart, President, Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation, Dr. Deepika Sisil Kaka, Nursing Advisor to the Government of India. May I now request Professor Dr. Roy K. George, National President, TNAI, and Organizing Chairperson of the 77th TNA National Conference, and Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan, Secretary General, TNAI, and Organizing Secretary of the 77th TNA National Conference, accompanied by Mrs. Anita Diodar, former President, TNAI, Mrs. Cheryl Sosantada, co-organizing chairperson of the conference and the National Vice President, TNAI Northeast Region, Mrs. Annie Kumar, National Vice President, TNAI North Region, Mrs. Sopna Joshi, National Vice President, TNAI West Region, Mrs. Bamra, National Treasurer, TNAI, Dr. Anjali Hazarika, co-organizing secretary and the Secretary, TNAI Assam State Branch, and Mr. Sona Ram Nath, President, Assam State Branch, to usher the chief guest and the dignitaries to the dais. And I request the presidents and secretary of the Northeast to be also seated on the seat, on the dais. The gold sponsors are Occupational English Test, in short known as OET, the White Ribbon Alliance India, a grassroots movement for healthy women, healthy world. The silver sponsors are MedLearn, a digital learning solution to be better prepared for better care. Axis Bank ranked the third largest private sector bank in India, with the bronze sponsors are MediPlus, the leading suppliers of highest quality medical products, Arjo, empowering movement and aim to prevent the impact of immobility, Himalaya products since 1930. Well, can I have the attention of the members on the dais, please? Just way back in 1986, Guwahati had hosted a conference, and we are back after to Guwahati, and we are very happy to come to the gateway of goodness. I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Neelam Das, Director, Neel Madam Das, Director of Health Service, Ministry of Health, Assam. Well, the Trained Nurses Association of India, in short known as TNAI, is more than a century-old association and is the world's largest association of nurturing nurses. TNAI is where Esprit de Corps is enormous. TNA is where leaders are made. TNA is where friends are available. TNA is a destination for togetherness. TNA is where memories are created. TNA is where our professional endeavors are endless. Okay, let us move on to the formal function. In happy moments, praise God. Difficult moments, seek God. Quiet moments, worship God. Painful moments, trust God. Every moment, thank God. Now is the moment to have an auspicious start of the 77th National TNA Conference. I humbly request the August gathering to raise for the invocation, and you will be with blessings from the seven sisters and the one and only brother by the TNA members of Assam State. Members of the Assam State, members of the Assam State, you can start with the prayer song.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah. They'll be
inside for the strength I need to hold my head up high. All we have to do now is love one another, sisters and brothers, can all live as one. All we have to do now is show one another we all need each other to live as one in love. If we push aside the blame for the tears and the pain, no love can reign and the world won't smile again. And push aside the blame for the tears and the pain, no love can reign and the world will smile again. All we have to do now is love one another. Sisters and brothers can all live as one. And all we have to do now is show one another we all need each other to live as one in love. We all need each other to live as one in love.
That was indeed a soulful and prayerful rendition. I sincerely hope the August gathering receive the blessings of the seven sisters and the one and only brother. The most simple, humble, and yet a strong woman is none other than our sweetie pie, Mrs. Charlie Susan Tada. Before her warm welcome spills out of her heart, let me spare the prime time to her to deliver the welcome address.
Before I present the welcome address, I have a small announcement. That is, I request all the presidents of the Northeast states, to please come up on the dais and be seated with us on the back row together with President of Assam. Presidents of Northeast India region, TNAI, please immediately come up to the stage. Please come quickly. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries and honorables, greetings, namaste, vanakkam, ayappa ato, and kublai. I have to end here because if I take all the languages in India, I will never finish my welcome address. I, Mrs. C.S. Tada Carcentio, am immensely filled with joy and pride to present the welcome address as the Northeast National Vice President of TNAI. Please bear with me as I was just out of the hospital. I, on behalf of the TNAI national body, extend a very warm welcome to all dignitaries and delegates from 33 states and UT of India to this much awaited 77th TNAI National Conference. Living in a post-pandemic world, many things, including this conference, seemed uncertain. But I thank Almighty God and every one of you present here for making this dream of an offline gathering a possibility and a reality. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to our honorable chief guests of today's function, Dr. Siddharth Singh, IAS Commissioner and Secretary, Medical Education and Research, Government of Assam. Welcome, sir. I warmly welcome the guest of honor, DHS, Government of Assam, Dr. Nilmadhav Das. We had to make a lot of arrangements and a lot of rearranging because some of our honorable guests had to be away due to their urgent works. I especially welcome the nursing advisor to Government of India, Dr. Deepika Cecil, who is the backbone of the nursing fraternity of India. Madam, your presence today will surely boost the morale of all the nurses present on this historic day. I also extend a very warm welcome to our special guest, President of Commonwealth Nurses Midwives Federation, Professor Kathleen McCord, who has come all the way from UK, United Kingdom, and your presence here has greatly honored us. Thank you, ma'am. Respectable honorables, your kind presence has added much value to our conference and is an encouragement to the nursing fraternity of India. On this occasion, a special welcome to our esteemed TNAI President, Professor Dr. Roy K. George, who is also the backbone of our TNAI Association. I welcome all the vice presidents from North, South, West, and East region, including myself from Northeast region. Madam Annie from North, Madam Sapna from West, and Madam Jenny from South. A very warm welcome to one of the heroes of our TNAI, or heroine of our TNAI, Secretary General, Madam Evelyn. Thank you for your presence. I also warmly welcome our treasurer, who holds the key in her hand, and without her, we cannot manage, Madam Bambra from the headquarters. Welcome, ma'am. Last but not least, I once again extend a hearty welcome to all the delegates present here, all the student nurses present here, all the media personnel, all the advisors for this particular conference who are from Guwahati, all the volunteers, and each and every one of you, I welcome to this wonderful event. Before moving on, I want to express my gratitude to the TNAI national body for believing in us, the Northeast States chapter, and granting this opportunity to host this mega event. The guidance and support you gave enabled us to see this beautiful day. Secondly, my deepest gratitude to all the members of TNAI state branches of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Sikkim, and also Tripura. It is because of your sincere cooperation, dedication, and hard work for almost a year that has culminated today's successful event. Without your support, we would not have seen the light of this day. This 77th National Conference being held here in this beautiful city of Guwahati on the banks of mighty Brahmaputra, in this far corner of India, is a very unique one with many a first. For the first time in the long history of 100 years plus of our organization, state chapters of Northeast are jointly hosting this mega event. For the first time, high tech has been used like the QR code for entry into many areas. For the first time, the parade of states was introduced to kickstart this conference. For the first time, a team is there to assist in organizing this TNAI conference. For the first time, the Northeast souvenir stalls have been set up for everybody to enjoy. Wow, we in Northeast TNAI are really fortunate to host this mega event. So please make the best of this unique conference. The theme chosen for this conference, Invest in Nursing for Global Health, has been aptly chosen, as mentioned. Such a time like this, when the coronavirus is still swirling around the globe, posing grave danger to humanity. This sudden pandemic, which took the whole world by surprise, is indeed a wake-up call to all the nations. Hence, investing in nursing and the healthcare services as a whole is the critical need of the hour. I call on the countries and states to invest in nursing now, not only for global health, but also for local health. India needs more than 4.3 million nurses by 2024, as per WHO recommendation. I am sure our association, which has been the vanguard of the nursing profession in all fronts, will lead the way in realizing this dream. This will also fall in line with the message that the Health Minister, Government of India, Mansukh Mandaviya, said at the World Economic Forum 2023 in Davos a few days back. Partner with India to make the world a healthier place. In conclusion, I once again heartily welcome one and all to the special 77th TNAI National Conference and wish you a pleasant stay here in Northeast India. I am sure the delegates will not only enrich their professional knowledge, but also enjoy the rich culture and tradition of this unexplored paradise of incredible India. Please take time to explore the region and go back with warm and happy memories. And please do visit us again in the coming days to enjoy the loving hospitality of the people and the tribes of Northeast India. Thank you. Welcome and Jai Hind.
Madam Tata, we are truly overwhelmed with your words of welcome and find a temperature rising in our body. It is customary to honor our national president with the presidential chain prior to the commencement of any formal proceedings of TNAI. The presidential chain has a great legacy as it was donated by late Ms. Diana Hartley, the first Secretary General of TNAI. The pendant of the chain is engraved the name of the donor. The chain consists of round coins in which the name of the president and grade. The chain had been successive president of the TNAI. I now request Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan, Secretary General TNAI, to honor Professor Dr. Roy K. George, National President TNAI, with presidential chain, which is always under her custody only. Thank you, Mrs. Evelyn P. Kannan. President sir, before you adorn the chain, 1,200 pairs of ladies' eyes were on you. But now I find the eyes shifted to the presidential chain. This is just a gentle caution and trust me. Lighting the lamp is an inevitable tradition and culture of incredible India. May I now request the Honorable Chief Guests and dignitaries on the stage to illuminate the lamp and formally inaugurate the 77th TNAI National Conference at Sri Mantha Shankaradeva International Auditorium, Guwahati, Assam. Yes, light is one of the most universal and fundamental symbol. It is a spiritual and divine. It is illumination and intelligence. Light is a source of goodness and the ultimate reality. A sincere gratitude to our honorable chief guests and dignitaries. The 77th National TNA Conference is undoubtedly abundantly blessed, and I'm sure the proceedings of the conference will be uneventful, enlightening, and enjoyable for those present here, and definitely enviable for those not here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our friend Mr. Google told me that the number 32 belongs to those who can make an impact on regional level. And here is a 32nd TNA president, Professor Dr. Roy, who is known far and wide. Truly, he's a leader who envisioned the future of TNAI and passionately made a difference in TNAI. He inspired the members to achieve more than he ever dreamed possible. He goes the extra mile with the will to win. His motto is everything is possible when together. Welcome, Dr. Roy, our futuristic TNA leader, to deliver the presidential address.
A very warm good morning to one and all on the dais, off the dais. I am really very happy to be here amongst all of you during the 77th National Conference of TNAI, which is hosted by the Northeast states. Dr. Siddharth Singh, Secretary and Commissioner of Medical Education Research, Government of Assam, our chief guest. Dr. Dilamdar Das, Director of Health Service, Government of Assam. Dr. Catherine Makot, President of Commonwealth Nurses Federation and Midwives. Dr. Divya C. Kaka, our nursing advisor to Government of India. All my national officers in TNA headquarters, our former President, Madam Anita Diodar, presidents of the state branches of Northeast, invited guests, dignitaries, awardees, national executive and council members, and the life and spirit of TNA, the TNA members from all over India. I greet you on behalf of the Trained Nurse Association of India National Office. As you all know, after 2018 National Conference in Goa, we could not have a TNA conference because in between the SNA conference came and then the COVID pandemic struck. I take this opportunity to remember our own brothers and sisters from this great country, our fellow nurses who sacrificed their lives in the brave fight against COVID pandemic. And we have lost 128 brave nurses in the line of duty. Let us all stand in silence for a minute to pay tributes to those brave souls. Please. Thank you for your cooperation. You can take your seats. And as all of you know, TNA was in the forefront of COVID battle as the Tada Madam, and she was welcoming told to us, took by surprise. And there was deficiency of even basic protective materials for nurses to fight COVID pandemic, which came in large numbers in the initial phase. And TNA was alerted because with this deficiency, and we could supply personal protective equipments throughout India with the cooperation of our ever cooperative, supportive state branches, their officials and office bearers and ordinary members, and we could initially support them by the time the large number of supplies came from other sources, including governments and authorities. So also, in memory of these brave soldiers, 128 COVID martyr nurses, these nurses are those TNA members who died in the line of duty. We have lost other TNA members and even TNA officials who were not directly involved with the patient care. We didn't count them as COVID martyr. They died due to COVID, but they were not directly, they were in teaching or research or some administrative duties. But this 128 nurses are those nurses who were directly on line of duty. And we have dedicated the newly renovated TNA building for the memory of these COVID martyrs, and also a COVID memorial tower for these martyrs is coming up in the Noida campus to make their memory everlasting and inspiring for all the nurses and all the healthcare workers. And also, I am happy to announce that public has recognized and accorded awards on TNAI on behalf of nurses for this brave fight. There are many awards in this row, which I am not mentioning here because you are all aware. And the last one, which is one is a very prestigious award, the Indira Gandhi International Peace Award, is bestowed on TNAI on behalf of all the nurses of India. This is an International Peace Prize given by Indira Gandhi Memorial Trust, which is usually given to heads of nations across the globe, and they are giving it to TNAI, and it will be presented in the next November 2023, because the price is of the year 2022, but it is given usually in the days near to Indira Gandhi's birthday. So I dedicate this award to all the nations and all TNAI members for their brave work. And as with the dreams and desires of TNAI, Trained Nurse Association of India is trying to change with the times and to fulfill the dreams and needs and demands and challenges of the everyday nursing profession. So you can see many changes, and we are coming with some other dream projects also. Within a short span of 1 or 2 months, we are going to inaugurate the world-class nursing museum named as TNA's National Nursing Museum at Noida, which uses the latest technology to showcase nursing in the world and also in India. I am sure it is one of its kind in the entire world. And this is your support and contributions made this possible. And also, TNAI will be further widening its scope of accident insurance to the life members of TNAI, and also of 10 lakhs rupees, and also are considering including student nurses also in the line, the members of the Student Nurse Association, because as you all know, we are working in generally area, and we want to cover our people, our professionals who can be affected by the insurance scheme. And coming to the theme of the conference in nursing of mental health, which everyone knows about the importance, especially the COVID pandemic has alerted each one of us, the heads of nations across the globe. And as indicated earlier, India has a shortage, but still India remains to be the major supplier of nurses to the globe. And I'm very happy to note that our chief guest today, Dr. Siddharth Singh, while I was talking before the meeting, was talking on the same thing, because Assam, which had 3 medical colleges in 2010, now has already 9 medical colleges, and 3 are in the pipeline, for which affiliation from National Medical Commission is sought, and another 12 is in the various stages of construction. So within a short span of a few years, they will have 24 medical colleges. And not only that, it is not only medical colleges, the Assam government is planning to have other healthcare courses, including nursing, in these medical colleges. So Northeast, as you know, is an area in India where medical facilities are drastically lacking compared to many other parts of India. So this type of change, investment in nursing education, is required throughout India to combat the shortage of nurses. But it has not to be only the investment in nursing education. We need investment in nursing service also to ensure fair wages to nurses, both in private and government sector, and also to provide stable, assured cadre promotions and career growth, so that nurses of our country will remain in India to save the people of this great nation, or the majority will remain in India. That is our dream. Though, as all of you know, many nurses are going out because there is a global demand, and there was some agents seeking nurses. That's why when government of India requested us, we have started global recruitment. We have alliances with a few trusts of National Health Service in UK. Now our recruitment is to NHS. While doing this, we are not forgetting our main aim of ensuring the welfare of nurses and our most important primary duty to save the people of this country. For that, we need definitely more investment. I'm not going to details. There are experts like Dr. Divya Sikaka who is going to deliberate on the theme. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretary of Medical Education and Research and Commissioner Dr. Siddharth Singh for taking this initiative, and we are very happy to hear, and we want to hear the same thing from all the states, especially the Northeast states, where there is a large scope for improvement and development. And coming to this conference of specialty, as mentioned, we can feel the palpable enthusiasm of TNA members, because there was a gap of years before this conference was held due to COVID, and also Northeast is a new place to many of you. You will definitely enjoy the stay and this conference. I thank the organizers, especially the office bearers and TNA members, and many others who have taken time and effort to organize this conference in such a delightful way. Last 2 days, we had the executive meeting and council meetings, and the major conference days are today and tomorrow. I am sure they have made all arrangements. And if there are some small deficiencies or some difficulties, please bear with us. We are a large organization, and when such mega events are held, the small laxities can occur. But remember that this is the largest aggregation of nurses in India, and nurses from all levels, all states, central state governments, military, private sector, corporate sector, missionary sector, and also few students join this occasion to make this grand success, to make this a grand success. So I welcome you all to this conference and thank the organizers for making these arrangements, and looking forward to fruitful days of deliberations, where we will go back with new learning, new updates, and also with cherishing memories of new friendship and professional interaction. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Sir, your words and deeds are truly wonderful, and we, the TNA members, are reminded yet again that the future starts today and not tomorrow. For yesterday was history, and tomorrow is a mystery, and what remains with us is just the day, this very minute. Thank you very much. And now it is time for us, for the Assam State Branch, the Northeast State Branch, to honor our chief guest and guest of honor, and only honor them because we'll have to save some time. Can come forward, madam. Thank you. Dear sirs, don't worry. The mementos will reach you through courier service or ABT parcel service. I'm profusely elated and deem it a great honor to introduce our chief guest, TNA delegates. Presenting before you a wonderful IAS officer of 2003 batch, Dr. Siddharth Singh IAS, Commissioner and Secretary, Medical Education and Research, Ministry of Health, Assam, who has a heart of gold as he has won the hearts and minds of Assam community as he takes utmost care to maintain the sanitation of Assam state with good drinking water, clean air, and a livable and lovable environment. His perseverance in Swachh Bharat Mission and Swachh Hi Seva campaign made him stand tall and proud with the Chief Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Health Administration. Sir, cleanliness and nursing are two sides of a coin. We feel special with your presence here. Kindly address the wonderful nurses from all over India. The time is yours, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, our friends from different parts of India and abroad, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would say a big round of applause for our MC. She has been keeping us all engaged. So big round of applause for the MC. And thank you very much for the kind words that you have said. I don't know whether I deserve it or not, but thank you. It's at least sounds very nice. So first of all, I'm extremely happy to be a part of this ceremony, and also extremely happy that Assam has been chosen to host this conference here. And the work that the association is doing is amazing, is wonderful, and we all are indebted to our nurses, trained nurses, and all the nurses who have been doing this wonderful works. I think I'll be short of words to describe and express our gratitude for the work that our nurses are doing for the society. Now, Assam is a wonderful place, and I would encourage all of you to spare some time, go around. If you have time, go to Kaziranga. If not, you can go to Pavitro, that is almost 1 hour away from here, and you'll be able to see one-horned rhino, take the Brahmaputra cruise, have a taste of Assam tea, and see what Assam is. It is an extremely beautiful part of the country, and the people here are absolutely wonderful. Our entire Northeast is extremely beautiful, vibrant. You see all these beautiful ladies in the traditional attires, and you feel so happy being here. Now, the government of Assam realizes the value of the nursing support. Now, as a result, we realize that, see, as Mr. President said during his visit, during his speech, that the government of Assam till 2010, we only had 3 medical colleges. So we were producing some 400 odd medical graduates and around 150 postgraduates every year. We realized that this is not sufficient for a population of 35 million. So over a period of time, we planned, and as a result, in the last decade, we have added 6 more medical colleges. 3 we have applied for an MC, and another 12 are at different stages of construction. What we see is that the next 7 years, we have to have a medical college that applies for as well as parts of other Northeast states. And associated with these medical colleges, we'll be building nursing colleges also. So that is a conscious decision that the government of Assam has taken, because private nursing education is quite costly. See, we want to provide that opportunity to our girls, our students, so that they can get this opportunity and get trained as nurses. And as has been mentioned, there's a tremendous amount of interest from a lot of foreign countries. So we are currently in dialogue with Singapore government as well as Japanese government for a lot of services, nursing services to be given. So they are in advanced stage, and a lot of other countries are also coming forward. But we'll have to also look at our own requirements vis-a-vis the requirements or the nurses that we can spare for going out of the country. And also we'll have to look at the working conditions and overall conditions that they get if they are to go out of the country. But that is happening. So that is a very, very good development that we see. Apart from that, even on the cancer side, the government of Assam has been, so Assam and Northeast incidentally has very high incidence of cancer compared to the rest of the country. For a state of size of 3.5 crore population, Assam gets almost 50,000 cancer cases, fresh cancer cases every year. As a result, last 3 to 5 years, we have come up with Assam Cancer Care Foundation, which is a joint enterprise with the Tata Trust and Government of Assam. That's like a PPP mode that we have started. And a lot of specialized nursing care is also built as a part of it. And under ACCF, the Honorable Chief Minister has now said that we should start a nursing wing also, so that we have specialized nurses for the onco part, the cancer part is also there. So in fact, ACCF, I am very happy to inform that that is a network of 17 hospitals. 7 are already functional. So you go 2 hours, you travel, and you get the best and modern facility for cancer care in Assam. And we have been able to attract a lot of doctors, not only from Assam, but the entire country to come and work in ACCF. Apart from that, also a lot of work. So under, we have taken up a World Bank project. So under the World Bank project, nursing is a major plank under the project. So project components, one of the major components is attuned towards the nursing care, because we realize that without nursing, no hospital, no institution is ever going to succeed. So nursing is one part we are focusing on. Other part that we are very focusing on is also the kind of incentives, the kind of career options that should be available to the various categories of nurses and their training needs. So that is another thing that we are looking at, and we are engaging with our nursing associations, taking their input so that we come up with a roadmap. It is not only an ad hoc on the basis of one demand coming or another demand coming and we addressing it. We are looking at the entire sector of nursing care and education. And another thing which I have been stressing in all my discussions with the different nursing associations, and I think it is a good forum for me to say here also, is also from the association side, we have to be sensitizing our nursing staff also towards the public care. So someone who comes to a hospital, who comes to a health institution is under a lot of stress. Sometimes their behavior is not what you would desire, and that puts a lot of pressure. So it's not only for the doctors or paramedics, the entire workers who are working in a hospital sometimes have to face the brunt of public ire. So, but in those kind of stressful situations, how do you react? How do you with the public? And how do we train our nurses to engage with the public, be a little sensitive in saying whatever they are saying? At times, that has a lot of therapeutic value, especially for the attendance of the patients who are coming. So that is something that I think we should always work on. In fact, some days back in this very same hall, we gave appointment letter to 800 odd doctors. And now, so we have the entire medical chain, the health chain coming up here in the last few days. Good occasion for us. Now, our Assam chapter has been working very hard along with the other Northeastern colleagues. They are working very hard to organize this conference. They had come to us and they had requested our support. As we said, we'll be supporting the conference, and they have worked very hard. So I think they deserve a round of applause for making all the arrangements and taking all the care. And in fact, the Honorable Minister was supposed to be here, but he has some domestic function which he could not avoid. In fact, it's a very happy function for his family, so he's not been able to do so apologies from his side. He was supposed to come, but because of this certain change in program, he has not been able to come. But he has conveyed his wishes and all the best for this conference, and he said that all the support would be provided for this conference. So I would not like to take a lot of time. I'm very happy that you all are here, take some time to check out on the delectable delights of Assam and the different places to see. And also all the best for your conference and the association. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you please hold on, sir, if you don't mind? Thank you so much. And with your deliberation, we find that you'll be sending away all your beautiful nurses to Japan. And next time when we come, we may not find them. And I understand therapeutic communication is very important for patients. And at this juncture, we also pray the minister's home function goes on well. And normally the nurses walk their talk, but never walk the walk about TNAI. But today we are going to make our nurses walk the walk and talk the walk about TNAI in app in the mobile. So it will be released and you will be doing it for us. And thank you so much. And on the personal front, call me as an MC for your minister program free of cost. I will do it. Thank you. No, sorry.
Sir. What does this app do?
All features of TNAI, including membership, registration for.
Please.
Touch and install it.
So TNAI is going the digital route, and this is a good app that they have launched. All the best.
Now just hold on, sir.
There you can see it.
We'll log in as guest also. Yeah. I will be.
It's your number, sir.
Yeah.
Please don't read the age of our president.
No secrets.
It's gone. Purposefully gone, sir.
Yeah. Move it first.
Yeah. 21st Jan, his birthday got over.
Yes, we can get any details anytime. You will be able to connect with TNA at any time. You lost your card, you can download card, you can apply for new membership, you can register for CNE programs, you can register for the guest rooms. Any information you can be on your mobile, on your fingertips, thanks to TNA headquarters. And this is possible only because of a entire national team, with especially the national office. The applause goes to them, not to me. It is our teamwork. They are doing a wonderful work. Great to see.
Thank you.
Dr. Siddharth Singh, you have not only won the heart of Assam citizens, and here you are in the iota of every nurse's heart in Sri Mantha Shankara Deva International Auditorium. Thank you so much, sir. Excuse me, sir, please hold on, sir. We would like to repeatedly remind you the importance of nurses in healthcare and the small and special memento from TNAI, especially for you, and it is meant to remind you in case you forget the nursing profession on a daily basis. I hope Dr. Neelabadas has got some time to spend with us. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Dr. Nilabha Das, Director of Health Service, Ministry of Health, Assam, is a simple, humble man and believes in making each day his masterpiece. As his beliefs become his thought becomes his words become his action becomes his habit becomes his value. So please do share the policies and programs meant for the nurses at large in Assam. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest of this grand program. I have never seen such type of program. Really so. So on this program, respected Commissioner and Secretary, Medical Education and Research Department, Government of Assam, Honorable respected Nursing Advisor of Government of India, respected Professor McCourt, President, Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation, respected National President, TNAI, Professor Dr. Roy K. George, all the distinguished guests from various states of India, as well as Union territories, as well as countries abroad. All the esteemed members, distinguished guests, and my Florence Nightingale nurses of today's Florence Nightingale. So really, I am very much grateful, and I want to wish you all a very sincere, warm gratitude, as well as cordial welcome and gratitude to you all. As Director of Health Service of Assam, Dr. Nilabha Das, as a host of this program. Also, I am thankful to be present here as one of the members amongst you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, today it has been observed here the 77th National Conference of Trained Nurses Association of India, organized by TNAI, any states, on this hall, that is the Simanto Shankardev Kalakhetra International Auditorium of Assam, a historical auditorium. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, I must congratulate you all, as well as gratitude to you all, as because you have come from various states and union territories of India as well as abroad to be here and share your feelings in your services of nursing, as because nursing services, capacity building of nurses, strengthening of nursing services is very, very important as on today, as because nurses are the right hand of our doctors. Amongst all the pillars of medical fraternity, nurses are the second pillars of medical services to make it reality. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, it is not to be elaborated again, as because you know better than me. But whatever I got, whatever I have come to know, that TNAI, Trained Nurses Association of India, is a national organization of nursing professionals at different levels, initially known as Association of Nursing Superintendents, established in 1908. In 1950, Government of India recognized TNAI as the service organization with headquarters in New Delhi, India. Foundation stone of TNAI was laid by Dr. S. Radhakrishnan and inaugurated by Srimati Indira Gandhi. With the objectives of the TNAI, as you know, out of which these three are the most important one so far my consideration. Those are dignity and honor of the nursing professional. Dignity and honor will have to give. Our society will have to give. That is the thing. Second is the promotion, a essence of esprit de corps among all our nurses. Third is to advance professional, educational, economic, and general welfare of nurses. The functions, there are various functions in economic sector, in health and family welfare sector, standardization of nursing education, standardization of nursing practices, standardization of nursing service provision in reality, as well as economic welfare of nurses, as already told by me. So TNAI was the instrumental for establishing INC, Indian Nursing Council, and the act was passed on 31st December 1947. On June 14, 1950, Government of India recognized the association as the service organization. So now coming to the quality of education and capacity building of nurses, as well as service provision of nurses. As you all know, perhaps I am a boy of a small village. I have come from that village, used to study there in a small Pathshala, that is called Pathshala primary school, followed by a high school, that was not the higher secondary school, followed by, I have secured the highest mark in my actually subdivision from that area, from Gwalpara district. So perhaps for that reason, my family wished to be a Cottonian, you know, our Cotton College, established in 1901. So I had a dream to be a student, to be a Cottonian, and I used to read there from 1975-76, followed by I am already recognized as the medicos. They are in Silchar Medical College. We are at that time only 3 medical colleges. As our Honorable Commissioner and Secretary Sir has already told, that now we are having 9 medical colleges, and within this month or the next month onwards, again 3 medical colleges will be opened, as told on Saturday by our Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, the dynamic and proactive Chief Minister of Assam. And moreover, I being a joint director of health services, as well as being the member of health and family welfare under this government, under health and family welfare department, Government of Assam, I feel proud, as because our dynamic Chief Minister of Assam, he was the previous Health Minister of Assam during COVID-19, you know perhaps. After that, this has been entrusted to our again another proactive, dynamic Health Minister, the Keshav Mohanto Sir. Keshav Mohanto Sir, our present Health Minister of Assam. both are so active and their guidance, their instructions are so cordial to me, to my staff. We are bound to work. As you know, we all together, including our frontline workers who are working in the periphery. There is a team which consists of ANM, which consists of now GNM also, consists of GHO. They are converted mid-level service provider. So, or PhD nursing or MHC nursing event, they used to join in the course of health and wellness center, that is in a health and wellness center of the periphery. About 4,000, more than 4,000 sub-center we are having, out of which already more than 3,000 converted into health and wellness center, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, you know. The services which were there during sub-center level, but only the maternal and child health related. That is the immunization, quality antenatal checkup, and minor ailments to be treated at the periphery level. But now, after conversion into health and wellness center by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, you know. So 11 services are added, out of which maternal and child health services, that is RCS services, reproductive and child health services is one of them, including Zoga also, including NCD services also, which are the common causes of morbidity now, mortality now, as because we have already owned, we are the warrior now against the communicable diseases. We have already, we fought and we already conquered them. But nowadays, as because of our lifestyle, of our food habit, of our, we are not doing the exercises, etc., physical labor, etc. That's why perhaps hypertension, diabetes mellitus with its complication, hypertension with its complications, and other common cancers like breast cancer, orophageal cancer, oroesophageal cancer, which is very common in the Northeast due to each of betel nut, etc. Betel nut, etc. Moreover, we used to take tobacco as shada in our buccal cavity, in our lid cavity actually. So anyway, that is, we are having tobacco, National Tobacco Control Program. And you all know that National TB Mukt Bharat by our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And already on 9th of September 2022, our Honorable President of India declared to make India TB free by 2025. Why to at 2030, 5 years ahead of SDG? So, 5 বছর আগতে, why should we not be able? So, in this regard, we are having 7 aspirational districts. Already, they have been given 2 key points, key performing indicator, KPI. So, they are the identification and notification, new notification of TB cases, both public and private sectors, as well as those who are identified, notified, they should be treated 100%. So by our modern regime, that is the multi-drug regime, as you all know. So again, previously we are having only the designated microscope for diagnosis of TB, that is the Aspergillus bacillus, Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So nowadays, already medical sciences advanced. So now we are having TrueNet, we are having CVNet. So by this, we can, before treatment, we will be able to take the sensitivity test as well as whether there is rifampicin resistant or not. So from the very first dose of multi-drug regime, after doing the test sensitivity of the drugs, we can treat TB. So in this way, within 15 days to 30 days, we can make the TB non-infectious to others, to other community. So coming to nurses again, so this is the, I am thinking here, yes, it comes in reality what our Florence Nightingale thought from a wealthy British family came and treated the Crimean, during Crimean War, the soldiers with a hurricane, with a lamb. So she was named as the lady with the lamb. So with this, actually, now perhaps it becomes our reality. In our previous times, actually, our society ladies don't used to come to this profession previously, but now they used to come even from the wealthy family also. 2 days back, already our commissioner sir has told, NM has been appointed here on this stage, 1136 nurses and 72 or like that from our police department. And 1 month ago, about 828 doctors has been appointed here. So in this way, our government has taken a very proactive initiative. And moreover, we are proud that our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, as well as Health Minister, our Principal Secretary, our Commissioner Secretary, and all the secretaries and various units of our health department. They are the Director of Health Services, that is one directorate. One is Directorate of Immunization, that is Directorate of FW, Family Welfare Department. Next is Directorate of Medical Education. Next is our supporting National Health Mission Mission Director. And next is our AIDS, Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, Project Director of Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome. So all these 5 directorates, we have been reviewed by our Honorable Chief Minister every monthly. What is the improvement of our IMR? What is the improvement of our MMR? What are the initiatives to be taken again? So as because there are more percentage of child marriage and child pregnancy, child marriage as well as early pregnancy, which are actually bears the HRP, high risk pregnancy, leading to morbidity, mortality. So from this stage, become a guest of honor, I want to request all my nightingales, please, 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 not the theoretical language. You will have to acquire the practical hands-on training on SBA training, skill birth attendant training, 21 days we used to give in our state. NSSK training, Navajat Shishu Suraksha Karjakram training. So please go through this training with those beautiful module, and make the training a perfect one, so that in days to come, we will be able to come, especially for Assam, as because I am the DHS of Assam. So we are actually not in the good position of IMR and MMR, but for last 2 to 3 months, we have achieved a lot. We have come few points ahead in MMR and IMR. Anyway, I wish this grand occasion a grand success, and within this 2 days program, this program should be an interactive one, cooperative one, and enjoy your life also here in Assam. So with this, I like to conclude again, thanking you all. And as a guest, as a host of this state, I want to take my gratitude and warm welcome to you all. With this, I like to conclude. Thank you.
I was simply amazed with the knowledge he had about TNAI. President Sir, can we have him as ex officio patron of TNAI? He was simply thorough with it. And so thank you so much. And we heard a lot of good things about Assam. And it's time to honor our sir with a memento. I request Madam Anita Diodar, former national president, to honor our guest. Give a big round of applause, please. Madam Evan, I don't think you'll get a chance to speak about TNAI in this conference. And this is the 77th TNAI National Conference at Guwahati. Okay, coming to the unfolding the conference theme. I bet when I tell you this, the third alphabet in English, I mean the alphabet C, has had an impeccable impact in Dr. Deepika C. Kaka, Nursing Advisor, Government of India in the year 2022. I mean, she had a choice in her professional life and she took a chance and to make a change in a nursing profession as a nursing advisor in the year 2022. Yes, ma'am? Madam, your courage is contagious and you're in charge, and we are aware you're fully charged to make changes in a nursing profession. You're truly charismatic. Madam, 1,500 pairs of cochlea with your organ of Kotai await eagerly to hear you unfold the theme of the conference. Invest in nursing for global health. The stage is set for you, madam. And I'm also sure the audience are a little hungry. So, and you also may be hungry.
Well, namaskar. I bring greetings from the Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Thank you, Dr. Jenny, for those kind words and also for the indirect, subtle indication that I should be short and sweet. As very aptly chosen theme of TNAI 77th National Conference on Invest in Nursing for Global Health, we invest in nursing because why it is important and pertinent nowadays is that we have to focus on the need to protect, support, and invest in nursing profession to strengthen the healthcare systems around the world. And we know that COVID has taught us many lessons. And one of the very important lessons it has told us loud and clear is that we have to invest in the healthcare systems. And we know that nurses play a pivotal role in the delivery of healthcare systems. They form the backbone of the healthcare delivery systems globally all around the world. And the services which are rendered by the nurses are from womb to tomb, we may say. And they have a wide spectrum of services which they give, right from battling with non-communicable diseases to infectious diseases, to mental health and chronic illnesses. Not only are we restricted to hospitals or tertiary care hospitals, we are having a huge spectrum of leading to taking care of primary health, communities, and Also delivering accessible, affordable, person-centered and holistic care for all. According to the World Nursing Report 2020, which was taken by 191 countries, it showed that nurses form 59% of the workforce. So that means we form the majority of the workforce. And the investment in nursing, especially in the quality of training, issues like adequate pay, decent working conditions, will improve the healthcare outcomes, also will promote gender equality and support all working for. Why is there an apparent need to invest in nursing is that nursing graduates have to increase like 8% in a year. And this will, if we increase our nursing graduates, and as being deliberated earlier, that we have a need of millions of nurses are required to manage our big country and to achieve the universal health coverage. And if we are able to invest in nursing, we are able to meet our SDG goals, 5, 8, and 4. 4 is SDG goal is quality education, 5 is gender equality, and 8 is decent working conditions and economic growth. Now, we have to also pay attention when we invest in nursing is that what are the strategies we can employ or we can use to retain our nurses, and strategies for strength. We know that when we face this pandemic, it shook us to our roots, and we had to rethink the way we have to be all the time prepared for disasters or pandemic. So thereby, it is a very important need that we have to focus on the quality of education we are giving to our budding nightingales, so that once they go out, they are able to deliver the quality services which are expected out of them with excellence, with compassion, with empathy, with care. And as Dr. Siddharth was mentioning rightly, we have to be not only we have to be competent in our hard skills, but we have to be competent in our soft skills as well. Because I would like to quote a very nice quote of Mother Teresa, that our words resonate endlessly. So how we talk to our patients, how we talk to the family, how we talk with each other can make a whale of a difference in changing the world around us. And speaking from experience, I have seen when you work together as a cohesive team, everything improves. The patient outcome improves, the burnout is reduced, the quality of care is there is excellence, which is being excellence in services which are being delivered. So it is our moral responsibility as nurses to see to it that whoever comes to any healthcare facility, how are we showing our output, that is in terms of performance. We talk about investment, but what is our outcome of that investment? So that has to be reflected by our services. And when we talk about services and when we talk about investment, we generally talk about leadership, we talk about advocacy. But I would like to say that all of you and all of us are ambassadors of nursing. With us is the banner of nursing we are holding. As Dr. Das was saying earlier, there were not people who are not interested in coming to nursing. Now they are. So there is a change, attitude to change is there. So we have to be the catalyst of change. Generally in India, we blame our leaders, we blame our politicians, we blame others, but we have to introspect and see, what am I doing to make the change? Am I the change agent? So everybody of us has a capacity to make a difference in the lives of others. And especially as nurses, people who come to us, look up to us. They come to us in need, they are sick, they are upset. So we have to cater to not only taking the physical component of care, but also treat and handle the mental health component as well. And as a very famous saying goes, that they may forget your name, but they will never forget how you make them feel. So all of us have that moral responsibility that whoever comes to our doors for any health, we are supposed to be catering and giving them the best. Because I am now sitting in the ministry, I know how bureaucrats talk sometimes, like some of them went to a particular hospital, they had a bad experience with nurses. That trickles down and kind of, negatively impacts sometimes the policy decisions. So we have to give them our best. And that is a moral responsibility of every one of us. So every day, think that what difference can I make? You know, everybody has the power to do that. And what difference can I make in the lives of others? So when we talk about key investments, we talk about investment in nursing education, as I've already said, in the jobs which we are giving, as Dr. Das was saying, that they have given 1,200 nurses have been employed in a state, then the service delivery and the nursing leadership. So these are the important domains which we have to think and talk about and do. So what are the proactive measures we can take with regard to investing in nursing is that we have to increase the funding to educate and employ more nurses. We have to strengthen the capacity to collect, to analyze and act on the data regarding the health force workforce. Then, as told, regarding immigration and migration of nurses, we know that our world has become a global village now. So globally, India is the second largest supplier of nurses manpower to the rest of the world. And as per the WHO data, 1 in every 3 nurse serves not only the country of her origin, but works overseas to serve other countries. So we have a need there to educate and train nurses in scientific, technological, and social skills, which they will need to drive and progress in primary healthcare, establish nursing leadership positions, including a position in the government, and support leadership development among young nurses. And speaking of that, when we talk about leadership, I don't mean leadership only at the national level or state level or regional level. Every one of you is a leader. Wherever you're working, you are managing that healthcare facility, you are managing the unit, you are managing that dispensary, wherever you are working. So you are in a way coordinating, collaborating in that particular unit. So you are also a leader in your own way. Then we have to ensure that nurses in the primary healthcare team should work to their full potential, and they should prevent, manage non-communicable diseases. We have to also improve working conditions through safe staffing norms. This is very important, which sometimes we are lacking, that we are not having the requisite nurse-patient ratio, and thereby that can lead to increased morbidity and sometimes mortality. You have to have fair salary for nurses and respect rights. Also implement gender-sensitive nursing workforce policies, modernize professional nursing regulation by harmonizing education and practice standards and using systems that will recognize and process nurses' credentials globally, and strengthen the role of nurses in care teams by bringing different sectors, that is health, education, immigration, finance, and labor, with nursing stakeholders for policy dialogue and workforce planning. So leadership is also a very foundational role in this whole scenario, and great leaders can couple the effective management of organizations with inspiration, communication, insight, and direction. And these qualities are especially important in the field of nursing. And thereby, we are all of us, it is our moral responsibility to quest for change, to quest for improvement, to quest for excellence, and be the catalyst of change. So thereby, it is a great need to invest in nursing for massive acceleration of nursing education, creation of nursing jobs, and leadership. And without nurses and midwives and other healthcare workers, countries continue to win the battle against outbreaks or achieve universal health coverage and sustainable development goals. So with this, I would like to congratulate the Trained Nurses Association of India for hosting this conference, and also the Northeastern states, that 7 states, 7 Northeast sisters and 1 brother, for hosting this beautiful conference. And I'm very sure whatever deliberations will happen, you will try to absorb it and reflect it into your practices and make this world a better place to live in. Jai Hind.
Thank you, madam. Dear TNA delegates, hope you got it right from Dr. Deepika. If you want to change in a nursing profession, then you must make a choice to make a change, or a nursing profession will never change. Okay, I just got a call from the caterers saying the food got burnt, so they're redoing it another half an hour. So please kindly hold on. And here we have the nurse icon all the way from UK. I'm sorry, I'm Assam branch. You want to honor as per your rituals, and please honor our Madam Deepika and Madam Kathleen before I can really introduce Madam Kathleen for her talk. Madam Kathleen and Madam, okay, roses are red, violets are blue, so is a love for you, Madam Deepika. Kindly accept a token of love. I promise you the flight charges will be paid for extra luggage. Madam, can we? Madam Deepika, this is for your husband. The other shawl is for you. This is gamosa, if I remember it right. Here we have the nurse icon all the way from UK. She's a woman of substance, a woman of power, a woman of positive influence, a woman of meaning. Professor McCart was awarded a Royal College of Nursing Fellowship in 2008 and was honored by Queen Elizabeth II in the year 2012 birthday honors, and thus becoming a commander of the British Empire for her service to nursing. Reading her profile, I found she sailed through the nursing profession as a leader mostly unopposed. I understand TNA is not new to you. You have added colors to the 77th National TNA Conference with your glorifying presence, and we are here eagerly waiting to hear more from you. The lunch will be ready, ma'am, in half an hour's time. I just want to...
Thank you very much indeed. And I won't keep you long from your lunch, I can assure you. So distinguished guests, esteemed representatives of the Ministry of Health of Assam, special visitors, officers and members of the Trained Nurse Association of India, and of course to each and every one of you in the audience, to every nurse and midwife, and to every student nurse, I bring you the sincere greetings of the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation. So very best wishes to you all. I'm very honoured and delighted to be here today, here in Guwahati, in Assam, in the northeast of India. You can probably tell from my accent that I am from the northeast of England, and I know that it's the very best part of England. So I'm sure Assam is the very best part of India. I know that whenever nurses and midwives gather, there is huge energy and excitement, an opportunity to catch up with friends, to make new friendships, to hear about pioneering work from your other colleagues. And when I arrived on Saturday night to the hotel, all I could find was the Indian nurses dancing and singing. And it wasn't long before our esteemed guide had me on the dance floor, and I am no dancer. But seriously, the pandemic has influenced our lives, both professionally and personally. And I think we acknowledge how communities, families, and individuals have been severely affected. Therefore, to be here today, now, together, is very, very special. So thank you once again. Thank you to Madam Cheryl Susan Tada for all the work that her and her colleagues have done. I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of the organising committees. And I looked on your website And there are numerous organizing committees who've been responsible for accommodation, travel, visits, many, many things. So thank you very much indeed, Cheryl. Thank you. We know that nurses are the very trusted profession. We know that nurses are 24/7, 52 weeks a year, and always at the beck and call of patients. And I was very delighted to hear the doctor and the medical scientist talking earlier, but I know behind every doctor, there is at least 10 good nurses. Nurses and midwives are very strong influencers and very strong enablers. And we are great at partnership working. We know how to collaborate, we know how to cooperate, and we can create a safer, healthier climate and environment for the populations that we serve. And I'm sure over the next 2 days, you will hear lots of things from your colleagues and friends about their work. And this is an opportunity for all of us to learn. I look forward to the next 2 days, to listening to you and hearing what you are doing to help nurses and the patients. In all of my life, and I have been a nurse for a very long time, in fact, too long for me even to think about, but I've worked clinically, I've worked in universities, and I've had the great pleasure of being able to work in many different countries in the world. And working in a second language is always so difficult. So I'm so proud of all of you that I don't have to speak any Indian languages today. But I want you to have a wonderful conference. I want you to take the message of sincere greetings from the Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation home with you, to your families, to your colleagues, and to your organizations. And never forget that a nurse has a heart, but she also has a very good head. So please continue nursing, and thank you very much again for inviting me. Thank you.
Okay, so my Kathleen was wonderful. That was wonderful, Kathleen, Professor Kathleen. And your words of wisdom has inspired many, and it tickled my little bone because you said for every successful doctor, there is a nurse, and the doctor should know the nurses are the heart of the hospital and the doctors are the brain of the hospital. The brain dies, the heart still lives. The heart dies, you're no more. Only this claps, but nothing happens in the hospital, okay? And again, I got a message, the biryani, dum is settling. So we will have the amendment will be given and I now request Madam Evelyn Buchanan to honor Professor Akkad with the memento. Please have a look at the wonderful memento.
Madam, we wanted to felicitate Jasu for her.
I don't understand when people say nurses are unsung heroes, because TNA always sings the praises of nurses for their hard work. And now it's time for Madam Swapna Joshi to take up the stage to announce and for the Lifetime Achievement Awardees to be honored by the chief guest. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all. I'm always excited to do such jobs because I feel when you are associated with the great leaders, you get motivated and you do the best in your career and profession. Dear colleagues, all of us know, association does not only mean group of people, working together for common goals, but it includes all who are committed and dedicated towards the goal of a team. What we see TNAI today is because of such great nursing leaders who worked throughout their professional life for upliftment of this association and nursing profession through various activities during their professional career. Trained Nurses Association of India recognizes such leaders by honoring them Lifetime Achievement Award. I request Dr. Roy K. George and Dr. Nilam Das to join to honor this award. Ready? Yes, our awardee is. I also request volunteers to escort them towards dais. Dr. Jasbir Kaur from Punjab. She has served this profession more than 4 decades. She is PhD from Punjab University. She has 55 international and 25 national publications in her credit. She was instrumental to bring up Punjab State Branch through various activities. The most important is construction of State Branch building at Ludhiana. She was awarded TNAI Centenary Award in 2008. She has enrolled more than 2,000 life members and established 3 colleges. We are proud of you, ma'am. Actually, the achievements are many for all of them, but because of time constraint, we are highlighting few. I request Professor Kathleen to honor this award to her, and other dignitaries will join. Congratulations and thank you very much. We are proud of you, ma'am. It includes cash award, rupees 50,000. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We have a next awardee is Professor Amrita Lenka from Odisha State Branch. She has served this nursing profession more than 4 decades in various positions, right from staff nurse to the district public health nurse officer in various capacities. She worked in different positions at state level to bring up the state branch and enrolled many life members. I request you, ma'am, to receive this prestigious award from us. I request Dr. Roy K. George to honor this award and other join. Professor Amrita Lenka. Big round of applause here. More the applause, we can understand more you are hungry, as Jenny said. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you and congratulations. We are proud of you. It also includes cash award, rupees 50,000. All lifetime achievement, yeah. Thank you. Our next awardee is Professor Baby Ganesh Kulkarni from Karnataka State. She was a professor and principal of Nursing College. She has contributed in state branch development throughout her active participation. She has also received a Best Teacher and Best Singer award in TNAI conferences, and a special appreciation in enrolling more than 3,500 live members. And the number can be more than this, because previously we were doing manually entering the motivators, but now it is on computerized, so we could get this number at this moment. But even I was attending some conferences, I used to see her always receiving. It also includes cash prize rupees 50,000. Yeah, I told. Thank you, madam. Okay, no problem. Yeah, be here, even other awardees, so we can have a group photo for our memory. For our next awardee is Scarlett Pimpernel Sumer from Meghalaya State Branch. She has contributed Meghalaya State Branch in various capacities and actively participated in educating various categories of nurses. She enrolled many life members, and she has started her nursing career as A&M from year 1967 and continuously grown and developed in her profession, retired as a matron. She is a recipient of Florence Nightingale Presidential Award in 2018. I request Dr. Deepika ma'am to honor her with this award. It also includes memento and rupees 50,000 cash. Deepika ma'am. Yeah, I invite other awardees to come on the dais. I'm sorry, you will have to come again. Dr. Jasbir Kaur. Amrita, Professor Amrita Lenka. With award you come. Professor Baby, please. Yeah. And Scarlett is here. Group photo, award, I'm proud of you. Thank you.
I swear the table is being set at your dining area. And just 3 minutes from now, we've received a lot of messages for the success of the TNA conference from far and near. Thank you, ma'am. And here we have a versatile reader, an adorable vice president from the North region to read the message from the President of the Commonwealth. International Council of Nurses, sorry, yes.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'll be reading out the message of International Council of Nurses President Pamela F. Cipriano's greetings to the 77th TNAI National Conference, which is on 30th and 31st January 2023. Dear nursing colleagues of India, it gives me great pleasure to bring you greetings from the ICN Board of Directors, our staff, and our 130 plus member national nursing associations, representing many of the more than 28 million nurses around the globe. I know that this event, that 77th Trained Nurses Association of India National Conference, will be a wonderful place to celebrate the achievements of nurses and nursing in your great country. Its theme, Invest in Nursing for Global Health, could not be more appropriate for the times we live in. The world has been through a tumultuous time these past 2 years, and I know that nurses in India and elsewhere have been working extremely hard in difficult and sometimes risky situations. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate your members for their services, especially in the pandemic, where nurses were a vital component of your country's response to the needs of patients with COVID-19. I hope that your lives are returning to the normality and security that we all crave. Nurses have shown how vital their work is to the lives and livelihoods of the people and communities they serve. And my presidential watchword, influence, recognizes the impact nurses have on your patients and their families. If the International Council of Nurses wants that to be effective from the bedsides of your patients to the boardrooms of your hospitals, right up to the corridors of power in government. I want you to know that ICN is right behind all the words nurses, advocating for nurses at the World Health Organization, lobbying for nurses' safety at work, especially during the height of the pandemic, and making the case for great investment in nursing jobs, leadership, and education. I would like to wish you all well, and I hope the people around you realize what an amazing thing it is to be a nurse. Thank you for your efforts. They really do make the world a better place. From Dr. Pamela F. Cipriano, President, International Council for Nurses. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I swear the most unremitted, devoted member in a TNAI is none other than Mrs. Evelyn P. Cunnin, Secretary General. Delegates, you know something? She breathes TNAI, she eats TNAI, walks TNAI, and talks only about TNAI. Madam, I swear we have reserved a special place for you in a world-class nursing museum, which is yet to be inaugurated at Noida. And Madam, we give you exactly 1 minute because sir has already finished. Yeah. So whatever little objectives he has left, just tell that and leave the stage. Thank you.
हम आपका PPT लगा दें? Yes, yes. Just first.
Thank you so much for the very good introduction, ma'am. Respected deities on the dais and off the dais. And I need not to talk much about the Trained Nurses Association of India. You are witnessing for all this 114 years existence. So we all could see the in various levels. So all this information, what I'm going to talk about is already it's written in this website and everywhere. And our eminent speakers, they already spoke about most of the things about the associations and objectives and functions and everything. I'll just tell few seconds only I'll not take much time, because we have a very good connection with the European countries, because it is established in the 1905 as the Nursing Superintendent Association, and 1908 it's become the Trained Nurses Association, and the 9 European nurses, they made a big change. So we are here, 27 lakh nurses in India. We are going to take it a greater change in the coming year, because we have the great responsibility. We have a great time we get to do together. Our emblem says that proud to be a nurse. That's when you and me feel pride to be a nurse, we can do wonders. So I want you all to just put your heart here and say this word, I am a proud to be a nurse. So when you are proud to be a nurse, we can do wonder to our profession. We can do wonder to our as well as the association. Now we have only 5 lakhs members, and I'm very sure that coming conference, which is 2024, we are going to have a 27 lakh nurses as a member of this association. I'm so thankful to each one of you to be here. I hope this conference, the 2 days, will be the great level. You will take it to the great level. The nursing association is not only the few people are here. This is your responsibility, every individual responsibility. You are going to make a 2,000 delegates are here. Every 2,000 member, take a promise that I'm going to make 100 members for association to grow, because numbers matters. Number is count. Because when we go and stand in front of the, that means ministry, and only we are having 5 lakhs, we are very proud. But we have a 27 lakh nurses in India. Let us take a promise that as well as the proud to be a nurse, I am proud to be the TNA members of the Trained Nurses Association of India. You are going to make a change. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity.
I was just reconsidering whether I should have a statue of her in, in the museum, but I think we can. Okay. And yes, still 15 seconds. So life-size model I can make. So you're the pride and prize possession of TNAI. Nurses, please remember, walk your talk, talk your walk. Now with the app in your hand, you can do wonders. Okay, so you cannot blame the TNA for anything. If you want to bring a change in TNAI, first you do the change in yourself. That's what we really want. And next, coming to the last agenda of today's function is the release of the souvenir. See, normally when you come to a conference like this, you have a lot of memories, you meet a lot of new friends. Yes, you meet your old friends, but then there's one thing which you need to carry from here, the souvenir, which will remind you after ages that you attended a conference like this and you met personalities like this. You'll have all the details of the conference and you'll be so proud, and maybe you will be a Lifetime Achievement Award winner. And there are so many other awards by the TNAI. Now, may I now request Madam Dr. Umano? Okay, Dr. Umano, please. She wanted exactly 30 seconds. 30 seconds for you to be on the mic, ma'am. Yes? Okay, please. Yes. Now you may hand over the copies to Dr. Roy, and the first magazine, the souvenir, will be given by Dr. Roy to the guest. And Madam is the chairperson of the souvenir committee. Yes, please.
On the very onset, thank you, Ms. Zeni, for giving this opportunity. Honorable dignitaries of the dais and of the dais, and excited, enthusiastic delegates, I'm very to stand as a person from the first branch. I'm sure you're ideas. This and which we look for always. And I'm very sure this memory will remain forever. But however, if you do not have souvenir of today's memory, tomorrow, how will you prove it that it is not at all a dream? I'm very sure this souvenir will be a piece of paper, but your memory in mind will be forever. I just would like to extend my deep gratitude to the member from headquarters who is guiding, controlling, showing the path all the time. And also particularly one person, Madam Tada, who is with me for many days, even 8 hours altogether. So thank you very much, Madam Tada, and all my entire team who is, and all the people who have submitted the article, and particularly one lady who is not here. Her name is Sangeeta. She helped me a lot. And of course, Sanghamitra is there with me. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jenny. I'll just go there to click a photo.
But the next time, don't you dare give the mic to her. She takes more than 30 seconds. And yes, all of you will receive your souvenir with your QR code at the registration desk. Please collect it when you're free today and tomorrow. Dear delegates, can we raise for the national anthem? Before the national anthem, I have a few announcements. Afternoon, we have very interesting plenary sessions. Only if you attend that, we have a big surprise. Those who attend the 2 days in full stretch will get an Audi car. Okay, so please pick yourself. You have some lucky draw and lucky dip and so on. I don't know. So many things are happening here. And please. No, ma'am, the Audi car, I didn't say is this a real car or a toy car. Okay, please raise up for the national anthem. Madam Anjali, you must realize how hungry I am that I forgot the vote of thanks. So I'm very sorry about it. And I know you want to felicitate the people on the dais. Is it okay now or after lunch? Now only? How long will it take? 10 minutes. Okay, audience, you can close your eyes or you can just leave the hall because it's just honoring the people on the dais. Because you don't get a chance to get that. Only we get it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And this is Dr. Janie Kem signing off.
Dear delegates, those who have not, majority of them, they have a register card, but they have not received the kit. So please go to the registration area to take your conference kit as well as the souvenir. I repeat, please go to the registration counter to get your conference kit as well as the souvenir. Thank you.
Dear dignitaries on the dais, dear dignitaries, your kind attention, please. Madam Anjali says the mementos are so heavy that you'll not be able to carry now. After your lunch, you can come and collect the mementos. Thank you so much. Handbag, Vatsala. Vatsala. हो मॅडम थांबा ना तुम्ही थांबा ना.
क्या सर? वाओ सुपर.
सिलेक्शन सही है ना?
ब्यूटीफुल.
थोड़ा सा लाइट आ रही ना? ठीक है बराबर.
सर मेरा एक बात समझना.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
Thank you so much.
अरे मैं भी वही हूँ. हाँ एंकरिंग में वो तो होना है. Thank you.
बोलो 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 क्लिक कर लेके मुझे इधर ही क्लिक कर दीजिए One minute, ma'am. मला असं वाटलं One more, madam. Well, yeah.
Yes. Thank
नहीं हमारा मेरा मॅडम तुम्ही ना मी काढते लागली मॅडम
फोटो अगं मी मॉडेल होतो मॉडेल वर्ल्ड मॉडेल होतो Bless you. त्याची परत देणार होता तो काय परत ना मग
हेच नुसतं सांभाळून बसायचं ते आहे ना
म्हणलं बाहेरचं नाव गेल्यानंतर आतमधनं परत
How do I switch it off?
तुम भूल न जाओ उनको, इसलिए सुनो ये कहानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जब घायल हुआ हिमालय, खतरे में पड़ी आजादी, जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, फिर अपनी लाश बिछा दी, संगीन पे धर कर माथा, सो गए अमर बलिदानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी।
Hi, my name is Edwin, and I am the OET hero from the Philippines. I chose OET because of how the structure of the exam was made and how it really fits candidates, most especially the healthcare workers. I prepared for my OET through an OET premium providers. It was a privilege and a great honor to be a part of it and to be trained by the OET premium providers. They honed me on my English communication skills for me to be prepared to take the exam. So just go and enroll yourself to an OET premium provider so that you can ace the examination in just one day. I chose the computer-based examination because almost all of the people are actually using computer nowadays. I really grabbed that opportunity because I think that will help me a lot as well, you know, not just relying on the paper base. Well, to be honest, I took OET because I want to work overseas. So in a month, you can go to the
spending. I think I will agree that the pandemic has exposed the existing vulnerabilities of the public health system and their workforce. And they and hospital staff have been placed under insurmountable amounts of stress. Can we use this as a stimulus, as a catalyst to reimagine the future workforce practices of healthcare workers, especially nurses and midwives? We should ask ourselves, what needs to be done to achieve drastically improved health outcomes for our populations? There is an unquestionable need to transform the struggling and constrained health systems we work in, change it into a more resilient service. The challenge is enormous, but it's also an opportunity for nurses and midwives. In the UK, the COVID patient numbers spiraled, waiting lists grew, patients were being referred later with more serious conditions. Employees were burnt out. We had increased sickness and absenteeism. We had workforce shortages. Supply chains were disrupted, equipment scarcities, and outdated facilities. We saw the lack of intensive care beds, the lack of ventilators, the lack of personal protective equipment. Healthcare professionals are overworked, burnt out, and we are seeing increased turnover and many, many vacancies. Some of this was also apparent before the pandemic, but things have got worse now. So what do we take to fix our broken system? As nations start to recover, WHO, as you heard this morning from your chief nurse, have stated that their priorities are clear. And in their document, the Global Strategic Direction for 2021 to 2025, they list education, jobs, leadership, and service delivery. They came to these conclusions following extensive consultation with global nurse leaders. They've created a health labour market framework, and that would enable a better understanding of the main factors that influence availability, distribution, capacity, service delivery, environments, and performance of nurses and midwives in the delivery of patient-centred care. All of these things will be helpful, but they need to be coordinated and aligned, are essential for meaningful progress. And these 4 themes, I'm going to just go a little bit through each and every one of them. Education. I know there are many nurse educators in the room, so many of these issues are not new for you. We know we do not produce enough graduates to meet the health system population. We also recognize we have an agreed ethical statement on international recruitment, but to work in a lot of different countries outside of the UK. And I know how much I benefited from seeing other healthcare systems. It is difficult to adjust to new health regimes and new practices, and obviously second language or third language. Recruitment and retention of nurses and midwives is a global struggle, particularly for remote areas where unfilled posts add to the stress and burnout. Not being able to do a good job is extremely demoralizing and dangerous for patients. Employers are recognizing the importance of occupational health service and safety. And during COVID, we saw staff contracting the infection, the sickness, and often dying. And it was wonderful to see what TNAI had produced in relation to your colleagues who died during the pandemic, but also to see the amount of work that has been done to support nurses and midwives, both emotionally and physically. Flexible working with better childcare and travel arrangements are essential if we are to have many nurses returning to practice. The major strategic issue is for a country to have a workforce plan with predicted shortages and surpluses, skill mix and geographical imbalances, and performances identified. And I believe this should be created in partnership with your chief nurse, your chief midwife, and co-created with educators, financiers, social departments, plus the private and the non-governmental and voluntary sectors. It is critical to identify and analyse this matter. Planning and forecasting are vital alongside the health data and the consideration we need to give of optimising the scope of practice of our nurse and midwives. But from the position we are in now, we need to rebuild capacity. We need to create jobs that are attractive and correctly remunerated. Nurses must be allowed to work to their full scope of practice. But to be able to do this, we need to implement several things. We must have practice indemnity, paid sick pay. We must have social protection so that people aren't blamed. We must look at the gender neutral system among health workers, and also to recognise the educational advancement that we are seeking and the corresponding roles and remuneration. I think the chief nurse mentioned too this morning about leadership. We need nurses and midwives to be at local, regional, and national strategic tables with an equal voice and the authority to influence and advise. The senior roles should have the resource and the responsibility with the appropriate authority for decision-making alongside other healthcare workforce leaders. Programs of development need to be available and well-funded to create the whole cadre of future leaders. Equal opportunity needs to be applied across gender, race, linguistic and ethnic groups. And we need to help each other and develop models and networks where mentors and mentees work cooperatively. So the fourth is around service delivery. The essential delivery of safe and effective care is the core purpose of nurses and midwives. Professional nurses and midwives effectively provide a wide range of service. We need to use staff to their full scope of practice. And I heard Howard Catton from ICN speak on this recently. We need for a current valid license and evidence of updating as proof of ongoing competency with valid credentials. These are all available to enhance the effectiveness of nurses and midwives in practice. But for these models to work, we need enabling employers. We need to transform the services into multidisciplinary teams with patient representatives. The regulation and legislation needs to keep pace with development to optimize roles in practice. This includes perhaps a live register and equal access to CPD. We see the WHO continuing to work on all of these themes, and I'm sure the Trained Nurse Association of India have them all in their sights and are actively progressing them. In my own hospitals, we use a number of nursing tools to monitor safe staffing ratios, and this matter is reported throughout the day. The public expect to see that now. We consider patient acuity to ensure we have supportive registered nurse workforce, as this will continue to provide improved patient outcomes. So what do we have to help us move forward? How can we see nurses as pioneers for the future when we know nursing shortages will continue and nursing jobs will increase? Some solutions and suggestions are emerging, and it's vital, first, for senior leaders to look at country plans and proposals, which I've mentioned, and also to talk with patients, because their perception of their need is very different now. We have more patients being seen in outpatients via a video than we ever had previously. We now are using cameras to photograph dermatological conditions and the use of technology. We have community nurses running what they call vital ward rounds, where they have technology in the patient's home and they run the ward round each morning. These things all require adjustments in our skills. So education programs need to increase their use of technology. They need to reach further within some of our regional settings. Simulation has become very, very popular, but we need to have confidence in this teaching methodology. Educators are working more with technology and distances are being demystified. Nurses, many nurses in the UK are retiring early due to economic climates, and we need to produce more flexible working and change the workforce. So some come in the morning, some come late in the afternoon, some will do a 12-hour shift, and some of them do very flexible working. Improving the workplace environment is also essential for the employers, and we've created new roles. You may have heard of nurse navigators or care managers. These individuals work with groups of patients to ensure that they're not exposed to several meetings at the hospital, going backwards and forwards to have diagnostic tests, that someone is looking after their care in a very broad sense, and that there is continuity and there is no lack of continuity on behalf of the patient. So future teams will be much more imaginative. They will be integrated with a variety of new roles. And this is going to, again, expand the role of the registered nurse. Much of this might be around non-communicable diseases, and we would equip them with screening technology to provide the detection, the screening, and the control we know would give patients much more confidence in the system. We need to introduce and grow new models of nurse-led care. These will provide more effective use of personnel, and governments should listen to these suggestions. We establish further digital assets that can assist the workforce. We can have shared electronic files of patients so they don't have to repeat their history every time they come to the hospital. This total holistic care can be provided along the entire patient journey. We have seen strong progress in some hospitals, but workforce development and further skills and competencies are essential. I am sure here in the audience, we have pioneering, powerful, and high-performing nurses who can lead and persist on behalf of the profession as we all march towards high-quality delivery of care to all of our clients and patients. Nurses and midwives are the critical components of healthcare workforce. We can deliver major interventions in a cost-effective manner. We must emerge stronger, highly motivated, and ensure we have left no one behind. My 50 years as a nurse has taught me that the can-do attitude and the reserves of nursing and midwifery professionals should never be underestimated. So please play your part and make a difference wherever you can. Thank you. Step down.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, short, we go just do yes, now. Like over there. Ma'am, you can start this. Yeah. Ma'am, please 1 minute. Please stay on the stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I request our National President, Professor Dr. Roy K. George, to felicitate our Madam Professor Kathleen. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And now it's plenary session 2. Nurses in India, why we are and where we are. I request Mr. Sangamitra Sawant, Assistant Secretary General of TNAI, to introduce the speaker, Ratish Nair.
On behalf of all the delegates, I'd like to welcome Ratish Nair, Principal, College of Nursing and Chief Nursing Officer, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Patna, Bihar. He is the President of TNAI, Bihar State Branch, Member, Central Mental Health Authority, Government of India, former Secretary, Indian Nursing Council, author for the book titled Psychiatric Nursing, Ratish Nair and Sujata Sethi, Commonwealth Professional Fellow, UK, Global Nursing Leadership Scholar. So we welcome you on behalf of all the participants across India.
Thank you. I know how difficult it is to sit through an afternoon session of speakers, even though it is the first or second, and there are many more to go for the days before the day ends. And I'm sure it is not very easy, and you have to bear with us. And especially after a heavy lunch, I can imagine. And we have all gone through that phase. So the topic which we are going to, it is not going to be a one-side talk, because it is not going to be a policy matter. What I'm going to talk about is when we face an issue, how many times nurses or as nursing students who have, how many of you are nursing students? Come on, just raise your hands. Don't do anything else. How many of you are nursing students? Okay, that's fine. Even as a nursing student or as a professional nurse, when you're going to debate something with someone else, maybe outside the nursing circle, it's always, there is something like, most of the time, 99.9% of the time I have seen from the nursing person who goes is not that confident, because most of the time I'll give you a very simple example. I don't mean to sound sexist or anything, but otherwise I'm telling you, you can talk to any married men and they'll say it is like getting into an argument with your wife, because it is like head you win, tail you lose. So it's kind of it's, I don't mean to sound that it's not a cliche, but otherwise it's like we both have facts, but mine are the true facts. So that kind of an issue comes mainly because when a nursing person, most of the time, I'm saying this because most of the time you go to talk to a policy making person, it is like I have also done the same mistake, because learned how to make and present our case properly and to make it convincing to the other group to whom we are planning to give our maybe the request is made, or whom we are trying to convince. Maybe we don't have enough data to convince them. So when we find such a data, or otherwise we are unable to compile it and present it properly, why I arrived at this thing is, this is part of if suppose, for example, a person is behaving very unjustifiably with you, the person is very unjustified. Maybe it is, some of the students can imagine one of the teacher who is unjustified. The behavior is very unjustified many times. So what the student immediately thinks, what happened to this teacher before? so that the person is behaving like this now. So while going through the atmosphere, because I entered nursing in 1996, I am sure most of the student nurses here have not even born. So I mean to say, when you arrive at such a thing where you want to get some things and you are unable to make your case, and plus you want to know why the person is behaving so unjustifiably, or even if you know, many times the nursing people, I have seen them coming out of a debate or discussion with maybe a government official saying, you can wake a person who is asleep, but you cannot wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. So that kind of a thing. So I them behave that way because it cannot be just a one-time phenomenon. So this is part of this. I'll make it very short. I'm sure many of you will be able to relate with that when I'm going to say this is the factors which I thought could be responsible. I'm not saying it is fully responsible because it is not result of a randomized control trial, or there is no systematic review where I'll be able to present the highest form of evidence to you saying this exactly is it. No, this could be the factors. There could be, because human factors are very complex. We will not be able to pinpoint it to just one, because it could be a long list of factors from varying from places. If some of those factors could be applicable to Assam, some may not be applicable to the state which I am from or I have worked before. So before coming into the nurses and India, we have all heard of, this is again another cliche of Florence Nightingale, which comes up. I think Professor Kathleen was very, she mentioned somewhere, is that what we call nurses today, angels. So this is something which I also have, and I'm very particular about not to create a supernatural image of nurses, because I don't believe nurses are supernatural. If nurses are supernatural, then you should not have complaints. We should not have complaints. We are supernatural. We should be able to solve our own problems because we are very natural. We are natural and very normal human beings who have chosen nursing as a career choice to make a living. And out of that, 1 in a million, and even going by Florence Nightingale, somebody said, I think the Director General Health Services, while addressing, because for him it is fine because that is the only expression which is available in public where a non-nursing person can use without being offensive. So probably that is why he took the safest bet, saying, yeah, hold an auditorium full of Florence Nightingales, fine, no problem. So the thing is, even Florence Nightingale was a human being. I don't believe she was without faults. She too had her share of faults. That's not a thing. I'm not saying even she cannot be categorized into supernatural beings. Many of the things Florence Nightingale said also, if she says it today, you will say what an absurd thing to say. But even she was against the registration of nurses. So that is not what I am saying, because first of all, as nurses, we have to get rid of that tag where we are going to say we are angels or we are something else. We are natural human beings. We have to come back to the normalcy and to be on the level, and then we can talk. So why we talk like that will come in the slides. When did we start calling ourselves angels? And the other thing is about TNAI. I want to make this, and even if Florence Nightingale, most of the nurses who are being taught as a history of nursing, because there are some of the problems even in India, the historical approach or historical studies are not being undertaken because most of the nurses who want to undertake higher education don't think historical research as a method which is even proper research. They feel it is kind of a compilation of, you collect some papers, make a report, and that itself is historical research. It's not. And they might think it is maybe too easy to call as a research. So that is, it is not. So why there are certain, I'm sorry. Now we have realized there are some problems for which answers can only be found only in history, because today you want to see why nurses are not being on the policy table. We always say, because being a Global Nursing Leadership Institute scholar, we have been in discussion, and it is endemic to the CRO region. CRO is Southeast, where all the nurses belongs to all the other countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, all these places. People say the same thing. Nurses are not on the policy table. Why? It is not like, most probably it is not because they consider nurses as enemy or something. Maybe, or the other thing is because they might be doubtful whether what we are able to contribute. We are not that confident in ourselves. They are also not that confident in us that we should be on the table and we will be able to deliver something. It could be because of past experience. Probably, I am just guessing, I don't know. But we'll see some of the factors why it happened that way. About the history, and I just want to, this is just to introduce the topic that nurses are viewed as predominantly practical profession, embracing care, compassion, courage, committed and competent to providing quality health service. Nursing profession is facing dynamic challenges in today's society and health needs, in which nurses strive hard in overcoming it by understanding their professional and personal strength. While looking back the history of nursing in India, while I have spent almost more than 4 years on this, more than 4 years, in fact, looking at the history of and development of nursing in India and the role TNA has played. And thanks to the association, there are so many things, and I don't know how much I'll be able to list, but the nursing in India, of course, it was professional or organized level of modern nursing in India was non-existent before the 17th century. And it started with a hospital opened in Madras, Crawford, for it opened as a military hospital, of course, which could cater to the sailors and the British army men. And only it was not even, it took another 100 years for the hospital to have a small wing where they could even admit civilian patients. So otherwise it was non-existent in India. So in 1920 to 1936, establishment of nursing councils. I have written this years because I think Madam Evelyn has stressed very much in the morning. 1908 we were established. 1908 we established. So I have listed this because these are things which TNA has contributed towards development of nursing in India. So the Nursing Registration Act, the first nursing registration council to come up was the Madras Nursing Council, which is of course right now called as the Tamil Nadu Nurses and Midwives Council. And nurses, those times, the higher education in India was not available. There were few schools of nursing in India which offered general nursing and midwifery education. And for higher education, there was hardly 2 scholarships available in the entire country. Scholarship. And there used to be 2 nurses going from here to UK and taking courses, one in nursing administration or the other one in public health nursing. There were 2 people used to be trained. So it was TNA who used to push for the higher education opportunities for nurses in India. And finally, a nursing school of nursing administration was established in Delhi in 1943, which will come later. So before this, the training of Indian women in military hospital, all this time we had people coming from outside India as trainers because we never had teachers who are Indian women qualified as nurses in India. And the government, of course, brought nurses and there were 2 categories of hospitals in India at the time. One was the government, of course, the government funded hospitals. The next was a missionary hospitals, which were available in through various schemes. TNAI, this is just a nutshell in about what TNA exactly did in those years. 1946, of course, TNA had given its inputs to the Board Committee, which has laid down the further development of public health services in India, and establishment of the School of Nursing Administration in New Delhi in 1943, and establishment of College of Nursing New Delhi, which is right now called as Rajkumari Amritsar College of Nursing New Delhi since 1973. It is renamed in 1973. So, and this is a College of Nursing, the first bachelorate degree program to start in Southeast Asia and Australia. Even Australia never had a bachelor's program at the time. And establishment of Indian Nursing Council, the Indian Nursing Council Act was enacted in 1947. And this also was a brainchild of TNAI. And not just brainchild, they have put their heart and soul into it to make it possible. And even to create, see, making something out of the vacuum is not just as easy as what we think. There were no colleges of nursing. One of the first colleges of nursing outside North America, because even England never had a proper college of nursing or a degree program until the University of Leeds started with the program of post-basic BSc. It was almost like a degree program, which right now we call it as post-basic BSc nursing. These were programs which were additional programs for trained nurses, which they started. So there is always a status issue when we talk about nurses. Why it happened? When nursing was brought to India, Indian women were expected to be trained as nurses in India. But it did not happen that way as what their British counterparts expected. Mainly because they expected something which is not going to happen, because they did not put much thought into it, what exactly is going to happen, because our social system is very complex. So because of that, what happened was, see, India has many religious groups, several social classes. So what happened was, at the existing time, most of the well-to-do Hindu and Muslim families never expected their children to take up nursing. Both of them, because this included, if you're going to become a nurse, this included working with a stranger who is not a family member, or at least to touch men who are strangers. So that prevented them from taking up making a career choice, which is nursing. And it will take years before somebody will be bold enough. I think somebody was talking yesterday about, I'm sorry, there is an oration or something, Madam Durga Mehta and all. During those times when politicians were actively taking up, because Madam Durga Mehta belongs to one of the chief ministers of Gujarat. She belongs to the family of a chief minister of Gujarat, who encouraged her to take up nursing, because at least they thought the stigma of nursing will go off. The stigma and discrimination which existed, that this is a profession where you have to deal with strangers. So, and what happens next is women working outside their domestic sphere. You have to get out of your home and go to a hospital to work. And the next, of course, the worst thing, which considering a female to come out of a house and go to work after maybe sunset, because in an Indian society at the time, women are not expected to come out of the house unnecessary during the day also, probably. After sunset, it was unimaginable and nobody expected them to do. And if they did, there is something wrong with the person. So it was kind of a stigma where a person is not following the existing social norms, and this person is something different. So there was always a status issue, and people used to think that the person is traveling at night. Probably the person got night shift, the person has to go. So the person has to come out, travel by bus or take public transport, because they don't have their own transport. They belong to a very poor family. That is why they took up nursing. So society put a tag on a person or have a bad image of a person. This person is not good. So how the nursing society reacts to that, we'll come to that. Next slide, how the nursing society will react to that, we'll come to that next. And the another problem was, from the time organized modern nursing started in India, there were British nurses, there were nurses who were employed by mission hospitals, who were from North America as well as from the UK. And they were not catering to the civilian public of India. The civilian public were mainly looked after by Indian nursing assistants who were that time called as coolies, who were trained to some extent, and they were working under the supervision of a nurse who is from the UK or from North America. So they both were mixed together, and people never had an image separately that of who is the trained one, who is the coolie. So there was always a mix. Who is going to do the work? Because a proper nurse is going to work for a British soldier who is admitted in the same hospital, and but the same hospital, same diagnosis, an Indian patient will be admitted, will be looked after by an Indian coolie, not a nurse, because there were no Indian nurses available at the time. But once they brought in Indian nurses, there was already an existing cadre of coolies who are already there, who are seniors. So there was always a power clash between both the groups, because you are bringing in a third group to fight with two existing groups. So there always a power struggle, and because they are all expected to work in one place, which is not going to happen. We are human beings, and those people rule the place. You are going to get a new cadre of people. And of course, the British government at the time had a very little time, because towards the end, maybe after 1940s, they started thinking about the legacy they are going to leave behind in India once they leave. So they had very little time to do whatever they want to do, because they don't want others to be judgmental after they leave. So suddenly they could do whatever is best during, or maybe in the given point of time, or maybe in the available time. That's why a School of Nursing Administration and a College of Nursing was formed. So in this case, there was a kind of a dominance by an Anglo-Indian nurses at the time, where Indian nurses coming into the system. So what happened? The Indian nurses who were coming into the system were taught something like, you have to be kind of submissive or subservient, or there is somebody always there to do the bigger job for you. You don't have to get into the administration. You don't have to learn the administration. You don't have to do anything. You have to do only the job which is listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to even apply your mind, because there is always a person on top who is going to do the big jobs for you. So you don't have to worry. So that is in the mind, which is a thing which is passed on through generations. So that is all one thing. The earlier point we discussed was a person who is coming out of the house. That this lady is out of line. So how the nursing society reacts? The nursing society reacts by imposing extreme strict conditions of living for a nurse to show that the person is very pure. The extreme or strict conditions imposed, you can see how many of the nursing, I don't want nursing students to say any opinion about this, because it is something beyond this meeting, because the teachers, how many of you have felt the rules imposed in the nursing students' hostels is very much higher? I'm sorry, their curtail of their personal freedom is very much higher to what happens for the same kind of students of same age in another college, which is a non-nursing college. And how do you think that they are going to do bad things? How can you imagine that? For an arts college, if suppose, for example, we are 5 people, 2 of them chose to be in nursing and 3 of them chose to be in arts and science. How does the freedom in hostel going to affect our thinking is what is my question. There is nothing else. Because that is during the undergraduate period is the time when you are going to shape up their personality for the rest of their life. That is the time you are going to form their personality. If you are going to form a personality where making them accustomed to living in controlled situation, where they have no freedom to speak, where they are controlled from all 4 sides, is that how you want them to live? I don't think that is the answer for tomorrow. We'll come to that during the last slide, and I don't have many slides, don't worry. We have already crossed the midway. And internal reluctance of Indian women to take up even nursing, and some of the well-to-do families even discourage their own children. Societal problem is one side, but the other way, there were no career progression in nursing because the higher positions were always occupied by the English speaking nurses who have been brought in because they occupied all senior positions up until the 1960s. So non-supporting government, I think this is not only in India, it is everywhere, because now I am yet to hear from any single nursing organization or association where they say their own government or is fully supported. Because of course we all have expectations which will never go fulfilled 100%. So we have some what to say? Maybe we are not completely satisfied. We'll have 2%, 3%, 5% dissatisfaction left with us. That we asked for 10, they agreed only for 8. Still we are worried about that too. That happens. So I think, but there are some governments, if you look at the progression of nursing in India, you can see government after government, be it whatever it is, they all had a benign, they may all maintained an atmosphere of benign neglect for the progress of nursing. Because, of course, India was not an extremely developed country at the time of independence. They had many other problems to deal with, maybe like poverty, maybe food. People never had malnutrition, communicable diseases, so many other issues. But there were many things which were directly related to nursing. And there was no nursing person in the policy making on the policy making table, because all the policies for nurses were made by non-nurses. And most often it is done by doctors, most often, because we see that they themselves assume the role of, what to say, maybe what we say, we call it as, because these days we call healthcare as an industry, so they assume the role of a contractor or some kind. So it happens, and they are the owner of the place. Probably they assume the role of the owner of the healthcare enterprise. So they feel it that way, that they can make all the choices. I'm sorry, decisions for anyone who are included in whether it is doctors, medical or non-medical professionals included, all professions included in the healthcare team. So what do we need? What do we need to do? This is the last slide, so don't worry about it. What do we have to do? Maybe we can hear it from maybe one of, at least we know that it is okay. I just skipped it because I have already talked about that. See, after the previous, the earlier time when people were reluctant to take up nursing, then they start taking up nursing. Why they took nursing? It was not their interest in the profession. It was not their interest or their parents' interest in the profession, but Government of India at the time had a stipendary provision for any student who is opting to be a nurse. And that stipend was almost equal to the salary of a government servant. That stipend was huge. A government servant was getting a salary of 78 rupees. The stipend for a nursing student was 52 rupees. You can imagine how much close it was. And many of those girls from poor families took up nursing because they could earn a salary or there is a financial benefit at the end of the month. Many of their families survived poverty because those kids opted for nursing and had a stipend. So, and that tag also tagged along with all the nurses, thinking initially only the Christian girls opted for nursing because many of the well-to-do families, Hindu and Muslim families, never allowed their girls to take up nursing. Then the Christian families, girls filled up. And then from all the religious groups, the people who cannot afford anything else, or it doesn't even have food to eat, their kids came up for nursing because there was a stipend where they could support their family. And you can even imagine there are many cases where most of these girls even still remain single throughout their career because they supported their family for their entire lives because they had a family to support. I'm sorry. Gender norms is another thing which affected our status in society, because Indian women in Indian society, I am talking about Orthodox society, don't assume that this is a normal society, what I am talking about. Indian society, the female is considered, the male honor depends on the female. Okay. Male honor depends on the female, because the controlling of a female in the house is somewhat a major full-time job for a man. That is what is expected. It is not written anywhere. It is not written anywhere, but that is what is expected out of it. Maybe during earlier times, I don't want to say it now, but so what happened was, most of the time it is the male or the senior member of the household who took a decision where this girl should study or not. And if the girl goes outside the house for a job, they took it as an insult on them. I am alive and my daughter is going for a job. So that kind of, maybe you might have seen such dialogues in Bollywood movies where some of the families react that way. So that is some kind of thing which again stigmatized the profession of nursing. And the status of nursing is an ever evolving thing. Why I am saying this, all these things, why I took interest in talking about, and I think we have done with the slides, and why I just want to conclude by saying this. Unless we nurses take or start thinking towards changing that atmosphere and culture, nobody else from outside is going to come to change our lives. We have to think, and who has to think? It's not the students. Students will be students. They have just came into nursing without knowing what nursing is. It's the teachers who has to do something. And please, when I passed out and took up job as a nurse educator or as a teacher, I promised myself I will never use the dialogue to anybody that when I was a student, I never did that. Now, if I say to some student that when I was a student, I never did that, the student will tell me, sir, for God's sake, you were a student 22 years back. Things have changed. We are a different generation. So you have to have a new way of thinking. And please, controlling anyone is not imposing good culture. You can be straight. Giving freedom to someone else doesn't mean you are weak. So these are some things which I just want to put into the teachers' minds, so that you treat those nursing students like they are any other student, so that they come out and behave like any other graduates. That's all I want to say. And thank you very much for the person listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. May I now request Major General Smita Devarani, VSM, ADG MNS, to felicitate Ratish Nair. Yes, sir. Please sign.
Thank you.
Move to the middle. Move to the middle. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's a time for plenary session 3. At this prestigious 77th TNAI National Conference, based on the theme of the conference, Invest in Nursing for Global Health, The research articles were invited for scientific paper presentation. Many research articles we received and it was peer reviewed by our research experts through double-blind review. 3 best scientific papers were selected for presentation. Madam Annie Kumar, Vice President of North Region TNAI, and Dr. Arunjodi Barua, Chairperson of Nursing Education Committee, Assam, will be moderating the session. Now, may I request Mrs. Ivory Cardute, President of Meghalaya TNAI State Branch, to introduce Madam Annie Kumar. May I request Madam Annie Kumar and Dr. Arunjodi Bora to occupy the dais.
Very good evening to one and all. It is an honor for me today to introduce Mrs. Annie Kumar. Mrs. Annie Kumar, she is the elected Vice President of the TNAI of the North Region, and she has been working as a senior faculty in the Lady Hardinge Medical College and Hospital, New Delhi. She had been a former president of the TNAI Delhi State Branch, and Madam has participated in major activities and events at the TNAI headquarters. And she has also helped in fundraising for the TNAI, CIN and ECH in Greater Noida. And she has helped also in collecting and donated about rupees 5 lakhs as Delhi State Branch TNAI officials, and actively participated in centenary celebrations of the TNAI in the year 2008. She was also elected as the Vice President of Delhi Nursing Council. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I request Mr. Deep Kamal sir, the President of Gujarat TNAI State Branch, to introduce Dr. Arunjodi Bora, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone present over here. We have another fluent, eminent, and experienced ma'am, Dr. Arunjodi Barua, in this wonderful gathering. It's indeed a great opportunity for me to introduce Madam, who has very wide educational as well as clinical exposure in the field of nursing. Madam has completed her BSc Nursing, UG Nursing program from Guwahati as well as PG program of psychology from Guwahati University. Madam has completed masters in psychiatric nursing from Nimans, Bangalore. Even MPhil in nursing from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and doctorate in psychiatric nursing from National Consortium for PhD Nursing by Indian Nursing Council. Madam has more than 31 years in the field of mental health nursing program experience, and Madam has published more than 38 publications in various national and international journals, and resource for various seminar and continuing programs. Madam also has legal awards in 2009 and has been received from President of India. Madam has also Life Fellowship Award of Indian Society of Psychiatric Nursing awarded, and Training on Leadership Program at London and Edinburgh and University of Melbourne. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Over to the moderators.
A very good afternoon to all the audiences sitting in the auditorium. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all for this presentation. Our today's first presentation will be by Dr. R. Sudha, Principal, M.H. Chidambaram College of Nursing, Chennai. She is also SNA Advisor of Tamil Nadu State Branch. She has conferred doctorate in interdisciplinary research, that is criminology and child health nursing, and authored many books in nursing and other disciplines. She has published numerous articles, attended many training courses, presented papers, and also being a resource person for more than 40 seminars, workshops, panel discussions, etc. And I am glad to say that this is also co-authored by another madam, that is Mrs. Joy Kezia, who is the Chief of Nursing. The same paper, scientific paper is co-authored by Mrs. Joy Kezia, Chief of Nursing Hospital, Chennai, who is a master's in nursing as well as in hospital administration. And also she has vast experience in administrative posts in various corporate sectors and also in various private hospitals. So both of them has done this scientific study, and madam is going to present the paper on a study opinion of nurses on SWOT, that is strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and also areas of investment is nursing. So time for each speaker will be 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for discussion. I request all speakers to kindly stick to the time as we are running a little late. Also, dear delegates sitting in the audience, please pay your attention as these are evidence-based studies which are interesting and which is going to enrich your experience and information. So without further delay, I would like to request Dr. R. Sudha to deliver the presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm very much delighted to be here to present my topic. So nursing is the largest occupation in the healthcare sector, accounting for approximately 59% of the healthcare professionals said by WHO 2020. 90% of the nursing workforce is female. Even since morning, even now, the previous speaker have told, nurses, angels, frontline warriors, saviors, heart, spine, all these are rhetorical, but the reality is something unacceptable and unpalatable for nurses themselves in terms of how they are being treated. The status of the world's nursing 2020 report by WHO stated that investment in nurses lead to attainment of health, not only the health related sustainable development goals targets, but also to education, sustainable SDG 4, gender SDG 5, decent work and economic growth SDG 8. I said the harsh reality. The harsh reality is something vast inequalities, less salary, shortage of nurses, lack of independence and professional pride, gender-based pay gap, gender-based discrimination, and poor working conditions. The nursing shortage pre-pandemic is 5.9 million. That is in 2018. COVID-19 has further aggravated the situation. But one thing, COVID has brought visibility to the profession of nursing. It is a high time for the nurses to make use of this situation for the betterment of nursing. All professional and health associations and nursing associations have proclaimed that no global health agenda can be realized without the contribution of nursing workforce. So it is a high time to invest in nursing. Hence, the study was taken to assess the opinion of strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats, and priority in the areas of investment in nursing among nurses working in selected settings in Chennai. The objectives are as follows: to assess the opinion of SWOT, strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats in nursing among nurses; to assess the opinion about the priority in the areas of investment in nursing among nurses; to find the association between the level of opinion about SWOT in nursing and the selected demographic variables; and to find the association between the level of opinion about priority in the areas of investment in nursing and the selected demographic variables. So quantitative approach was used. Descriptive survey design was used. The study was conducted in schools and colleges of nursing and hospitals located in Chennai. The samples were nurses working in educational institutions and hospitals working in Chennai. Non-probability convenience sampling technique and snowball sampling technique was used. Nurses, both male and female, with GNM, BSc nursing, MSc nursing, and PhD nursing qualification in schools and colleges of nursing and hospitals were included for the study. Undergraduate and postgraduate students were excluded from the study. So the tool used was structured self-administered questionnaire, so which was prepared as a Google form and circulated among all the nurses working in Chennai, which consisted of demographic data, which included age, gender, place of work, designation, years of experience, and qualification. And opinion scale, that is again to assess the SWOT in nursing. Opinion scale on SWOT consisted of 7 items on strength, 12 items on weaknesses, 6 items on opportunities, and 21 items on threats. The scale legends used were strongly agree, agree, uncertain, disagree, and strongly disagree. Strongly agree being 5, score of 5, to strongly disagree to the score of 1. The total score was calculated and it was interpreted as 0 to 33% as low opinion, 34 to 66% as moderate opinion, and 67% and above is the high opinion. And a rating scale was used to assess a priority in the areas of investment. It consists of 17 areas or 17 items, I would say. Again, the scale legends were high priority, moderate priority, and low priority, with the score of high priority from 3 to low priority to 1. Again, the same way how opinion scale was interpreted, the same way rating scale was also interpreted. So these are the factors listed in SWOT in nursing, like strengths, education and training, job security, caring profession, self-satisfaction, job assurance, increased demand and acceptance by the public. These were spelled as a strength for nursing. And opportunities, increased demand for nursing, job abroad, emergence of independent practice, broad scope for nursing, growing specialties and specialization, new demands of the population. These were spelled as opportunities. Weaknesses, lack of skill, lack of leadership, lack of professional identity, promotion, gender disparity, low pay, less time for patient care, staff shortage, long and extended shifts, excessive rotation, poor work environment, and no defined job responsibilities. These were spelled as weaknesses. And with regard to threats, low staffing, poor image, consumer awareness, lack of career growth, lack of prestige, lack of independence, lack of appreciation, poor nurse-patient ratio, nursing burnout, occupational hazard, workplace safety, mobilization, difference in pay in urban and rural areas, unwilling to work in rural and small hospitals were spelled as threats. With regard to priority in areas of investment in nursing, 17 items were discussed. These were the areas of investment: education and training, standardization of care and nursing education, matching qualifications with the roles and responsibilities, clearly defined establishment of clearly defined roles and responsibilities, inclusion of men in nursing, improvement of working environment, salary, regulation of workload, shift and timing, creation of various positions in nursing, on-the-job training, adequate staffing, image building, staffing, improvement of staffing and staff welfare programs, opportunities for higher education. So the results, 37% of the nurses were 25 years and less, 32% of the nurses were 26 to 35 years, all are young. Majority of the nurses who participated in the survey were young. 52% of the nurses were working in educational institutions and 48% of the nurses working in hospital, almost 50-50%. 22% of the nurses were working as tutors and 12% of the nurses were working as professors and 42% of the nurses were working as staff nurses. Majority of the nurses were female, that is 92% of the nurses who participated in the survey were females. And 52% of the nurses were with the BSc nursing qualification, 36% of the nurses with the MSc nursing qualification, and 6% have completed PhD in nursing. 53% of the nurses were having 5 years and less experience, and 18.5% of the nurses were having 6 to 10 years of experience, and 8% nurses were having experience of 21 years and more, and 52%, that is a majority, were having experience of less than 5 years. So this is about assessment of opinion of nurses about strengths in nursing. So as I already explained, the scale agents were strongly agree, agree, uncertain, disagree, strongly disagree. A total of 6 factors or items, I would say, were listed in strengths. And if you see, majority of them have chosen strongly agree and agree. That means they agree with the factors listed as strengths. With regard to uncertain, disagree and strongly disagree is very much minimal. Only with regard to acceptance by the public, that was the last factor, you could see the increase. I mean, 19% were uncertain. Only that they were not sure whether, like 19% of the nurses were uncertain whether acceptance by the public is a strength or not. Otherwise, almost all of them were agreeing with the factors listed as strengths. That means we could understand that people were agreeing these are the factors. In their opinion, these were the factors of strength. With regard to weakness, so we could see a difference from strength. Like strongly agree is the majority. Like, first, so, see. Weaknesses, but also we could see that uncertain, like, in all factors, the percentage of uncertain is increasing. That means people still are not clear whether, or they do not have a clear idea or whether it is a strength or weaknesses. Again, that is a point to be noted here. With regard to opportunities, again, you can see the change, as this also goes with the strength. Like, we could see almost all of them, like, 90% and above have strongly agreed and agreed. In the sense, they all have agreed with the factors listed as opportunities in nursing. Even uncertain, disagree and strongly disagree. From the bar itself, we can understand it is very much minimal. So we can very well say that people are agreeing with the factors listed as a strength as well as opportunities. They are very strongly agreeing. With regard to weaknesses, still, though majority of them agree with the statement, still there's an increased percentage of uncertain. And with regard to threats in nursing, again, a similar pattern what we have observed with the weaknesses also we could see. So again, here, majority of them either agreed or strongly agreed with what is listed as threats, but we also could see uncertain, like the bar in purple color is also equally increasing. Like the similar pattern which we could, which we have already witnessed in weaknesses, same thing we can see it here. So this is a continuation of threats in nursing. So here you can see men in nursing. So the third one, men in nursing, 29.7% of the nurses are not sure whether men in nursing is a threat. So again, that we have to think whether that should, again, if they have a clear opinion, that uncertain factor should be modified. Maybe either it could have gone to the strongly agree or even disagree or disagree. So, so here, unwilling to work in the rural area, unwilling to work in the small hospitals, quack nurses, again, they are not very sure whether these are the factors which are threat to the nursing profession. So assessment of opinion of nurses about priority area of investment, again, this is also the similar pattern. So all have agreed high priority and moderate priority. Blue bars are high priority, moderate priority is the red bar. So they all have agreed. So there is no doubt about the priority in the areas of investment. So this is with the overall level of opinion of SWOT and priority in areas of investment in nursing. First 4 bars, like strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat. So strength, weaknesses, opportunities, we could understand that people have opined that it is a high priority area. With regard to threat, again, it is a 50-50, like high priority and moderate priority. And with areas of investment, again, they have opined that it is a high priority areas of investment. So association was found using chi-square test. There was a statistically significant association found between age with the level of opinion on threat, age with the level of opinion on weaknesses, educational qualification with the level of opinion on threat, place of work with the level of opinion on opportunity, place of work with the level of priority in areas of investment in nursing, years of experience with the level of opinion on strength, threat, and weaknesses. So Majority of the nurses have agreed with the SWOT in nursing. So increased demand is considered as one of the strengths in nursing. So Rauske explained about the Fossey effect, which is named after Dr. Anthony Fossey, who is an infectious disease expert, which is used to indicate the increased enrollment for entry-level baccalaureate program by 5.6% in 2020 in the United States. Not only in the United States, in India, we could witness the students' enrollment into nursing. So majority of the nurses have rated high priority in the areas of investment. Salary is one of the factor. We know very well that TNAI has fought for salary. So in India, the Central Committee has given recommendations on the salary and working of nurses, which is still has not yet been implemented in all the states. Dahlia Sofer in 2022 reported the National Nurses United report, which stated that systemic failures by healthcare organization to invest in measures to protect nurses were the reasons for the nurses to quit their job. So nurses.com in 2021 reported that there was a professional dissatisfaction, with the 29% reporting that they were considering leaving the profession. And even since morning, this is a topic again. Nursing is a women-dominated profession, and it is a high time to invest men in nursing. Revisiting the policies and procedures related to the admission of male candidates is the need of the hour. The global shortage of nurses has led to high-income countries recruiting nurses from the low-income countries, which in a way poses a threat as well as the opportunity. So there should be a trade-off between and threat. Howard Cotton, CEO of ICN, has stated that nursing is a golden thread that links the healthcare policy and practice. So there should be a strengthened global regulation of the nursing workforce. Independent practice in nursing and nurse-led models of care will be economic and reduce healthcare costs. Even Dr. Kathleen has explained. So with regard to nursing implications, few nurses were uncertain about the factors of SWOT. So it is their opinion, but still it is also one of our responsibility to create awareness about what is strength, what is threat, and what is weakness and opportunities for nurses in the nursing profession. That is also an area of investment. So policymakers, national and international health agencies and regulators, nurse leaders must evolve with a strategy for immediate investment in nursing. So gender sensitive nursing workforce policies should be implemented. Okay, so with the limitation, I would like to end. The data collection tool is administered online, and there's a possibility of a random answering the tool. Participants' opinions are limited to the listed factors of SWOT by the researchers, though which is exclusive but not exhaustive. Though any other option for SWOT as well as areas of investment is given, none of the participants has responded. The study is geographically limited to the nurses working in Chennai. So with this, I would like to thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I thank Ms. Joy Kesia, who is my co-researcher. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, for the interesting presentation, and thank you again for finishing it at the given time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the question answer session. Kindly shoot the questions to the presenter. Please mention your name and the place from where you are with the question. Please. 5 minutes are there for questioning. Any doubts, any clarification? Yes. Please provide a mic to the participant. Mic.
Yeah, good afternoon. Myself, Usha Mallik. I'm heading the Department of Nursing, Alia University, Government of West Bengal. Thank you very much for your presentation. From the discussion and conclusion, I just want to know from your end, ma'am, as you have gone through the study, that what you got through the strength and opportunity, is there, did you have really got, not in terms of the chi-squares and others I'm talking about that, did you have really got any strength and opportunity, really relationship in the day-to-day practice and day-to-day field and clinical as well as servicing or the educational factors for the nurses? Are they really correlating both of them in their daily life? Not in the terms of the statistical significance that I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. because the opinion comes out of their day-to-day practice and what do they encounter in their day-to-day life. Definitely, it is opinion. How I form an opinion about it is based on my own experiences. Definitely, it has got significant. Though I could not find significant findings, I mean association in the study, because except with regard to threat, what is listed as threat, rest all they have simply accepted, either strongly agreed or agreed. So that's the reason I did not get the thing. But whatever is their opinion, it is based on their own experiences in their day-to-day life, what they encounter.
Can I? Miss Sudha?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, a good effort.
Please
I
mention
am
your name.
myself, Merikuti Babu. I am nursing superintendent of Tata Main Hospital in Jamshedpur in Jharkhand state. So my question here, my observation here is that why no GNM nurses were included in this study, while they are the only group of nurses who are at the clinical practice very much on day-to-day running of the hospital. And another thing, my observation is that why the nurse managers or nursing leaders were not being included in this study. And when at the same time I have seen here nurses are giving a comment that poor leadership. Here in this study itself, you have not included any leaders, nursing leaders in the study. So,
Ma'am, yeah, can I answer, ma'am?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, 11 nurses have completed PhD in nursing. They are leaders, almost they are principals who have taken.
No, sorry, can I interfere? See, you consider only principal and teaching section people as the nursing leaders. I am a nursing senior leadership handling person in the last 14 years in a 1,000-bedded hospital, and this is how you yourself is missing the actual leaders.
Ma'am, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Ma'am, the inclusion criteria, which included GNM nurses, BSc nursing qualified nurses, MSc qualified and PhD qualified nurses. Again, the participants included chief nursing officers to the principals of the nursing college. It also clearly stated staff nurses, professors, tutors, the various categories.
Again, sorry. Why you are not mentioning about the nursing leaders who are in the clinical setup?
Ma'am, I will take this question because this link was circulated to few hospitals, and I head Apollo Hospital at Chennai, and there were my own nursing leaders who are coined here as nurses. They form the 42.6% of nurses who work as charge nurses, they work as nurse navigators, and they work as clinical case managers. So they've all participated in this study and they have put in their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Why there were no chief nursing officers?
Myself, yes, we are all part of it. So many of them are
in the survey.
It's in the survey, yes.
No, you have not shown anything in your graph.
Ma'am, actually the number is very less.
I am giving you that I feel is running the hospital is in the clinical practitioners among the nurses. The nursing expert who are the people like me, we know actually what is going on in every sector. Okay, so if you don't include them in the whatever study you are doing, your study is quite incomplete. I am sorry.
It is not, we didn't want to include it. We have just circulated the Google form. Again, we cannot force anybody to answer. So people who volunteer to answer were included. Definitely, ma'am, your point is well taken.
And
this can be taken as a future study with the larger sample, and we will try to include all sectors of nurses. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the numbers were insignificant to note.
Ma'am, totally, we have received 213 responses, in which after deleting incomplete responses, we have included 195 responses for the analysis. Sorry, I forgot to tell. In which 83 nurses were working as staff nurses, So since chief nursing officer, all floor level nurses are very less in number, I have not included. That's the reason. Otherwise, it is also part of, yeah.
Okay, it shows that all the participants are sincerely listening to the presentation.
Thank you so
Yes.
much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, presenters.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now I take this privilege to inform that house and would like to welcome for another interesting presentation, that is an exploratory study to assess nurses' knowledge and attitude towards the theme invest in nursing for global health at selected public health hospitals in Mumbai, Maharashtra. So the theme, the research will be presented by Dr. Nivedita Sasikant Bovekar, and she has also a co-researcher with her, Miss Nilavanti Laxman N. Dr. Nivedita, you are welcome to the podium. I'd like to take this opportunity also to introduce Dr. Nivedita. Dr. Nivedita is a TNAI member, and she is a nursing tutor in the working in Mumbai, Mahanagar Palika MNC Hospital in Maharashtra. She has completed her GNM, post-basic BSc nursing, following that MSc in child health nursing, and she has lots of degree to her honor, like LLB, MBA in healthcare management. And interestingly, in nursing, she has also completed her PhD in nursing in first class. With a clinical experience of 13 years, 6 years in management and 8 years in teaching, she has a wide range of experience in nursing services. To have her different awards, she has Best Clinical Nurse Award in 2012. She is a Florence Nightingale Awardee Metropolis in 2021. Also, she has been awarded as Super Nurse by Maharashtra Times in 2021. And there are lots award to her feeder, and also she has many scientific paper presentations she has done. She has around 58 publications to her credit. So we are very happy and we are very proud to have a nurse like you. So we will be happy to hear from you on your research topic. Please, Dr. Nivedita. Yeah, I have mentioned the co-author, Sasikala Kiran Vaidya. Salakha Kiran Vaidya. Okay, I have the Nilavanti Sambati's name. I'm so sorry that she has authored two to her research. Salakha Kiran Vaidya, nursing teacher at Mumbai.
Thank you for this motivating introduction, ma'am. Thank you so much. Very warm good evening to all audience over here, all the dignitaries. Without wasting time, I like to go forward with my study. We all are listening since morning that what is the role of nurses, what is the meaning of invest in nursing, who will invest, how will invest, what are the areas of investment. So nurses are vital, nurses are playing vital role in healthcare delivery system. The pandemic puts light on long-term neglected issues of nursing and especially skilled manpower. Unfavorable attitude towards nursing profession is a global issue in various health institutions. The transformation of nursing is essential to achieve global health. At present, the crucial part to find out nurses' insight about profession and their understanding about International Nurses Day theme and 77th TNAI National Conference theme, Invest in Nursing for Global Health. Attitude. Attitude is the most important concept of nursing due to high ambiguity and role conflict in the profession. Nursing researchers have revealed a number of negative societal perceptions of nursing and data related to gender stereotyping, subordinations to doctors, low academic standards, limited career opportunities. These may affect level of recruitment into the nursing, and it leads to confusion among nurses about their professional standards in society. This study aimed to assess nurses' knowledge regarding nursing profession and attitude towards the theme. The need of the study. The pandemic has exposed weaknesses in global healthcare system that resulted from sustained underinvestment over many years. Nurses have undoubtedly been under extreme pressure with increased workload in their professional life, juggling family commitments in their personal life, and both of them running the daily risk of contracting the various viruses themselves, etc. In India, nurses are verbally center of the health team and said to be a backbone, heart, brain of healthcare delivery system. But till today, the transformation of nurses are not accepted by the society or government of India, and struggle for status, autonomy, and economical security is continued. The status of nursing discipline is still viewed as low-level subordinate, dirty, and menial job in India. It could be because of their projection as submissive females in the subordination with physician, assisting them in caring and curing the patients without any autonomy, lack of social status, recognition, low pay, poor working conditions, lack of recognition as member of healthcare team, and exploitation has significantly contributed towards brain drain of nurses to the Western world. The struggle to change the status of nurses from female domestic servants to high-level healthcare provider is primary objective of nursing leaders for many years. Nurses are continuously striving to achieve a higher status in this female-dominating society, but still, long journey is waiting ahead to achieve honor and respect which they deserve. At present, the Indian nurses are with huge responsibility and lack of authority, autonomy. To overcome this situation, we need to passionate about investing in the needs of nurses, to support them with new employment that supports flexible working and values mental well-being as highly as individual contribution. The International Nurses Day theme aimed to raise awareness of the need to invest in nursing, to build a resilient, highly qualified nursing workforce, to protect nurses' rights, to transform health system to meet the needs of individuals and communities both now and into the future. The focus is on the need to protect, support, and invest in the profession to strengthen health systems around the world. Review of literature. This study is reviewed approximately 15 to 20 review of scientific papers, and most important similar studies is here, which is conducted in Ethiopia in 2019. The aim of study was to explore nurses' attitude towards their profession and associated factors in selected public hospitals. This design is institutional based quantitative. Yes, ma'am.
Just interrupt a little bit. You can directly go to the analysis, result and analysis part.
Yes, ma'am. Problem statement of my study is a study to assess nurses' knowledge regarding nursing profession and attitude towards International Nurses Day theme, invest in nursing for global health, and its influencing factors at selected public hospitals in Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. There are the 4 objectives: to assess nurses' knowledge on nursing profession at selected public hospitals, to assess nurses' attitude towards International Nurses Day theme, invest in nursing for global health at selected public hospital, to analyze correlation between nurses' knowledge regarding nursing profession and attitude towards International Nurses Day theme, and to identify influencing factors on nurses' knowledge regarding nursing profession and attitude. Hypothesis: the nurses have good knowledge about nursing profession and favorable attitude towards the international theme, invest in nursing.
there is association between nursing knowledge regarding profession and attitude towards international theme, and nurses knowledge regarding nursing profession and attitude towards international theme, invest in nursing for global health, is influenced by selected demographic variable. This is a research methodology, phase 1, phase 2. Inclusion criteria: all nursing professionals working in Mumbai city and willing to participate in a study. Exclusion: unregistered and who were not renewed their license. Then variable. This result: information regarding study participants, age, gender, religion, and marital status. These are the basic demographic variables, and professional demographic variables are professional qualification, designation, and work experience. In age, maximum participants are 27.7% from age group 18 to 28 years, 28.7 from 38 to 48 years, 29.1 participants from 48 to 58 years. Maximum participants 97.5% are from with the female gender. Maximum participants 88.77 are from Hindu religion, and 208 participants are having marital status. Marital status. Professional qualification, maximum participant, that is 78.2%. Years. Level of knowledge, 50.8% nurses have a high level of knowledge. The mean of knowledge was 10.85% with standard deviation 2.66. Level of attitude, 284, 99.6% participants have positive attitude, and mean of attitude was 44.01 with standard deviation 5.58. Analysis of association between nurses' knowledge and attitude. A Pearson correlation was performed to test an association between knowledge and attitude, and the results showed that there was a significant association between knowledge and attitude. This is analysis of factors influencing on knowledge score, and almost all the factors have influencing on knowledge and attitude. A multiple linear regression analysis was performed to examine the influence of the variable on the variable knowledge score, and ANOVA was used to test whether these values were significantly different from 0. Using the present sample, it was found that effect was significantly different from 0. In this model, the variable staff nurses has the greatest influence on the variable knowledge score. This is influence analysis of factors influencing on attitude. A multiple linear regression analysis was performed to examine the influence of the variables. The regression model showed that the variable 38 to 48 years, 48 to 58 years, 18 to 28 years age, female, gender, Hindu, Christian, and others are the religions, married, nursing, postgraduate, JNM nursing graduate, A&M, teaching faculty, staff nurses, nursing administrative, 20 to 30 years experience, 30 to 40 years experience, and 10 to 20 years explained 6.98% of the variance from the variable attitude score. And ANOVA was used to test whether these values are significantly different from 0. Using the present sample, it was found that effect was not significantly different from the 0, but others, this religion has the greatest influence on the variable attitude score. Nursing implications in service, nursing implications in education, nursing implication in administration, and nursing research. In discussion, one study I like to discuss over here, the one study conducted in Karhad, Krishna Karhad. The current study revealed that 52, that is 18.2% study participants had low level of knowledge, 88, that is 30.8% had moderate level of knowledge, and 145, that is 50.8%, high level of knowledge. The knowledge mean was 10.85 with standard deviation 2.66. Out of 285 nurses, 284 in present study, out of 285 nurses, 284, that is 99.6% had positive attitude, and mean plus standard deviation is 44.01 plus minus 5.58. The result is higher than the same study was conducted in Karhad to assess the knowledge and attitude regarding nursing profession among the professional. This study indicates knowledge mean minus 9.81 standard deviations, minus 1.81. The difference may be due to different socio-demographic characteristic and application of data collection instrument. The possible reason behind the higher result is current study is may be related to existence of continuing education opportunities and huge experience in public metropolitan city. This study concluded that nursing profession has good knowledge and nursing professional has good knowledge and positive attitude towards nursing profession, and the theme invest in nursing for global health. According to the conclusion, the following recommendations are drawn that nursing leaders need to be geared up to empower nursing profession in comprehensive manner as professional developed significant faith on nursing leaders. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, both Dr. Nivedita as well as Mrs. Salakha for this wonderful research. Due to shortage of time, we are not taking up any questions right now. If anything, you can directly mail or WhatsApp to the researcher. Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
It is time for the third presenter, Ms. Meera T.
Ma'am, I request the moderators to kindly hold on the stage. We'll have the third presenter after the speaker by the Dr. Aparajita, and please be on the stage, and we'll have the third presenter later. Very good evening to all. I feel delighted to introduce Dr. Aparajita Gogai, the Executive Director of Center for Catalyzing Change. She's not only the National Coordinator for WRI, she's also the Global Chair of What Women Want campaign. She has conferred a doctorate in international politics from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Though Dr. Aparajita is an advocate by profession, she is the crusader for health and rights of women and young girls. Under her able leadership, WRI supports for implementation of the midwifery initiative. Being the executive member of WRI, I am the witness for the last years. She had been working very hardly to promote the respectful maternity care in India. And regarding the respectful maternity care, it has been published in our Nursing Journal of India also. Her remarkable achievements are India's premier magazine featured Dr. Aparajita as an unsung hero in the anniversary issue, and also from UK marked International Women's Day by selecting 100 women as world's most inspiring women. Dr. Aparajita is one among the 100 women. So more than all her achievements, she's a beautiful soul by heart, as like an Aparajita flower. And also she's a very approachable personality. Madam, please continue your fight for the rights of the woman. And also TNAI will be collaborating with you for all those things. Welcome you, and over to Dr. Aparajita.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for that lovely introduction. It gives me great pleasure to stand in front of you. First of all, because I understand that this conference is being organized by the Seven Sisters of the Northeast, and I am a daughter of the Northeast. As you know from my name, I am Assamese. I have spent about 8 years of my schooling in Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya, and I did my graduation from Shillong. So really thank you for inviting me. And I would like to thank TNAI for partnering with people like us who are trying to bring better maternal health in the country and outside the country. In my introduction, you have heard that I'm from the White Ribbon Alliance. I'm fortunate to coordinate this alliance. This alliance is a coalition of about 5,000 organizations in the country. And all of us, on top of what we do every day as our jobs, we work together to ensure that no woman is dying a needless maternal death in the country. And I'm really, really happy to share with you that TNAI is one of the earliest member of the White Ribbon Alliance. We started working in India in 1999, and TNAI joined the alliance at that point in time. TNAI is also part of the White Ribbon Alliance's executive committee. The former Secretary General of TNAI, Ms. Sheila Sheda, many of you may know her. She sits on the board of the Secretariat of the White Ribbon Alliance, my organization where I work, called the Center for Catalyzing Change. And together with TNAI in the last 21 years, we have worked together to promote many, many issues which impact safe motherhood, including looking at how families and communities can also help in bringing safe motherhood, not just putting the entire load on health providers. With support from TNAI, we have been sensitizing the nursing community by providing technical sessions on respectful maternity care. We have reached about 2,000 nurses, just a drop in the ocean when I look at all of you sitting here. We have published articles in TNAI journals and bulletins, and we are also working with TNAI in including chapters on respectful maternity care in pre-service curriculum. But today I would like to take my 10 minutes, and please stop me if I go over 10 minutes, to really talk about why am I here today and what do we mean by respectful maternity care, and why am I talking about respectful maternity care to a room full of really experienced nurses and nursing leaders from our country. I am here today to speak on behalf of the women who come to you seeking health services, seeking sexual and reproductive health services. They come to you so that you can assure them a safe birth. You can bring their children into this world. And when we talk of respectful maternity care, we mean that it's a human right, which means that all of us needs to really respect women's autonomy, women's dignity, privacy, choices, and freedom from ill treatment when they come to us in times of childbirth and other times. If you ask me, what is the absence of respectful maternity care, or what are the domains of disrespect and abuse, you all know better than me that globally there has been 7 accepted domains of disrespect, which looks at physical abuse, it looks at non-dignified care, non-consented care, when we are not seeking the woman's permission, when we do kind of, we are providing her services. It includes non-confidential care, discrimination, and also abandonment of care or detention in facilities. And I'm going to speak a little more about it as I proceed in my presentation. But what I really want to tell you today on behalf of all the women who come to you is that a woman's experience during her childbirth stays with her for the rest of her lives. If it is a good experience, she carries it back with her. If it is not a good experience, that also stays with her for the rest of her life. And that is what she tells her sister and her friends when they are pregnant, when they are about to deliver. And there is enough evidence across the world which says that women, because they fear disrespect and abuse, they may not come to the hospitals, they may not come to a health facility to seek services, and that this is a more of a deterrent than even cost or the distance that she may have to travel to seek care. When we started off about 7-8 years back, we wanted to understand, is disrespect and abuse really happening in the facilities? And if yes, why is it happening? What is the typology? What is the causes? And is our socioeconomic status a determinant of the lack of respect that we face? A study told us that yes, there is a level of disrespect and abuse, and those are primarily because people are not really aware of the basic tenets of respectful maternity care. There is a work culture where normalized some of the behaviors. We speak to many nurses when we talk about women out of lack of respect. Nurses and doctors are often surprising. I did not know that this constitutes disrespect. Asking a woman her name, not making comments when she is in labor. Those were never aspects that were actually taught or modeled for nurses and doctors who come into the fraternity. There's also a lack of awareness about patients' rights. There is a lack of ability to communicate and have practice interpersonal skills, then of course I think the biggest reason for the lack of respect is the inadequate infrastructure that exists. We all know, not just during COVID, every day in your life you struggle to provide services because you have infrastructure challenges, you have staff shortages, you have a job which has very high stress, you may not have proper supportive supervision, and there are weak implementation of many guidelines. So we understand all of that, and our research showed that these are some of the causes for the lack of respect. But when we spoke to women, we also found out that there is a huge level, a high level of acceptance of women, because women, whether they are at home or they're they come to seek services, they do have a lack of autonomy. And that's the reason we are doing a lot of work around women's empowerment and how we can also speak to women about their rights and how they can ask for these rights. From the research, we have been working with the Government of India to ensure that respectful maternity care is front and center in policies and programs. As of today, many of you may know about the Lakshya guidelines, which is the quality of care guidelines for labor room improvement. You may know about Suman, which is India's flagship maternal health scheme. You may know about the Skill Lab guidelines. All of them have included respectful maternity care as front and center. But I know that policies will always remain on paper until and unless we have the support of people like you who can really implement what is there in the policies. We have worked with various state governments, Ministry of Health, in helping providers be trained in respectful care. So whether it is family planning services or maternal health services or any other services, what do we mean when we talk about respectful care, and how do you include that in your day-to-day lives? We have partnered with large tertiary institutions like the Aurangabad Medical College, which, it may surprise you, it handles almost 18 to 19,000 childbirth every year. And our evidence and our work with Aurangabad Medical College told us that despite all the challenges that you all face, if you want respectful maternity care or respectful care can be provided. We've already spoken about our work with the Trained Nurses Association. And in order to help health providers, doctors, nurses, GNMs, ANMs also learn the basic tenets of respectful maternity care, we have launched a e-learning module, which is available digitally, which is free. And I think in your bag, you will find a flyer which talks about this particular course. It's a certifiable course. It takes 2.5 hours. So we encourage all of you to take this orientation course on respectful care. In order to reach out to women, we have also used the media to talk about what is respectful maternity care and what should women expect when they go for health service providers. At the end, I also want to talk about, we not just talked to women, but we also talked to providers, and we asked providers, what is it that you need in order to provide respectful services? And of course, these are some of the solutions that were listed by the providers. It included regular trainings on empathetic and respectful care, on interpersonal skills and communication. They said we really need to know, and we need refresher trainings about how can we deal with our clients, with women who come to us. Providers also talked about sometimes the level of distrust or mistrust that exists between providers and community. We all have heard so many incidents, we have read in so many newspapers about health providers being harassed or attacked. So providers also told us that there has to be certain strategies to improve relationship between service providers and community members. Providers also said that when women are better prepared for birth, our work is slightly easier. We have worked in hospitals, we have observed labor, and we have seen how difficult it is when women come at the last moment, not carrying a case history, and they land at your door, and you have to be the person have talked to us about how we need to improve infrastructure, we need to improve screens, hygienes, better salary, better, more human resources, etc. And overall, how important it is to create an enabling environment where the providers themselves are respected and treated with respect, so that you can also in turn provide respectful care to women who come to you. With partners like TNAI, we have tested and adapted the global respectful maternity care charter, which includes the right of the mother and the rights of the newborn. This charter has been approved and endorsed by almost all actors who work in the field of maternal and newborn health, including FIGO and ICM and WHO, and India too, about 80 organizations, including TNAI, has endorsed this charter. I'm not going to go through all the elements of the charter, but just to tell you that you can find it on the website. And if you put this charter where you work, I'm sure that it will be very helpful for both you and the women. I'm not going to go through the rest of my slides, but I do want to talk about how important it is for nurses to connect with women. And today, like I said in the beginning, I stand here before you as a voice of the women who come to you for services and assure you that if nurses are kind to women, if nurses understand women, if nurses decide that you will not allow any practices to happen under your supervision, under your purview, which makes a woman feel disrespected or unwanted, I'm sure that women are going to look at you. I don't want to take the word angels, because I think many speakers have talked about whether nurses are angels or not, but I do know that you all are life saviors, and women look at you for hope. And I hope that my little intervention of 5 to 10 minutes is going to help you also incorporate respectful maternity care in the very good services that you deliver. With that, greetings from the White Ribbon Alliance, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Ma'am, please, I request you to be on the stage. May I request Professor Kathleen McCord to honor Dr. Aparajita Gogoi. Thank you, ma'am. Over to the third presenter, over to the moderators.
With great pleasure, I introduce you the third presenter of today's plenary session 3, Ms. Meera T. is a professor in Kalmeda Anandrao Institute of Medical Sciences, College of Nursing, Telangana. And she had done a master's in child health nursing. She had done a study on the role of nurse leadership to evaluate the current status of nurses with a view to invest in nursing to secure global health and exploratory approach. Over to you, ma'am.
A blessed good evening to one and all. I am presenting a study on role of nurse leadership to evaluate the current status of nurses with a view to invest in nursing to secure global health and exploratory approach. Objectives: to explore the role of nurse leadership to evaluate the current status of nurses to invest in nursing to secure global health, to identify the role of nurse leaders to evaluate the current status of nurses to invest in nursing to secure global health according to their demographic variables. Nurses, a voice to lead to achieve global health. There are more than 20 million nurses across the world, and each one of them has a story. They know about hope and courage, joy and despair, pain and suffering, and life and death. As an ever-present force for good, nurses hear the first cries of newborn babies and witness the last breath of the dying. Nurses serve humanity by their actions. They protect the health and well-being of individuals, communities, and nations. All nurses must be leaders in the design, implementation, and evaluation, as well as advocacy for the ongoing reforms to the system that will be needed. Additionally, nurses need leadership skills and competencies to act as a full partners with physicians and other health professionals in redesign and reform efforts across the healthcare system. Nursing research and practice must continue to identify and develop evidence-based improvements to care, and these improvements must be tested and adopted through policy changes across the healthcare system. Research methodology. An exploratory mixed method research design. The sample size was 60 nurse administrators under different cadre by sub-purpose sampling technique, and nurse administrators of hospitals, colleges, and schools of nursing from South India. Inclusion criteria: nurse administrators of different cadres from hospitals and educational institutions, and nurse administrators who are working in South India, nurse administrators who are above 30 years of age, and exclusion criteria: nurse administrators who are not willing to participate in this study. And the procedure for data collection: data was collected from the nurse administrators after obtaining a formal permission, and each administrator was assured for the data collected from them was utilized only for the purpose of the study and was kept confidential. Investigator used virtual face-to-face semi-structured interview method to collect data, and each sample was taken 20 minutes. From 40 to 41 to 50 years, and 16.7% are above 50 years. And the gender, male section 16.7%, and female 83.3%. Education, diploma 8.3%, graduation 41.7%, post-graduation and above 50%, and for the working area 40%, and in clinical area 60%. So work experience 6 to 9 years, 13.3%, and 10 to 15 years of experience, 41.7%, and above 15 years. Then proposition 1, current status of nurses. First proposition is related to inadequate registered nurses. The majority of the respondents held the view that the number of registered nurses are inadequate. Several factors are accountable for this in the opinion of respondents. Notable among them are nurses, exiting bedside nursing, and retirements. These are what some participants said. Patients in hospitals are more than the recommended nurse-patient ratio. If you want to give quality care, then the recommended nurse-patient ratio should be maintained. Institutional discrimination. Almost all the nurse administrators, 93.3%, have the opinion of lack of recognition as a member of healthcare team, and lack of autonomy in practice, and unfair pay, excessive workload, work stress, discrimination and humiliation from patients and healthcare team members. And these factors contribute to the cause of nurses exiting bedside area. Prolonged working hours. Almost all the respondents, 83.3%, were concerned about long working hours is quite difficult for a nurse to provide efficient nursing care with exhausted state of mind and body. Inadequate supply of basic consumables were noted to have hampering effect. A participant expressed frustration about the unavailability of water, gloves, mask, etc., which affects the process of effective nursing care. Few administrators, 33.3%, mentioned that poor educational infrastructure and resources for clinical skills teaching, lack of promotion, and opportunities for teaching faculty are the problems of nursing education. A deputy nursing superintendent shared her story about her administrative life. I am under the strict control and influence of hospital administration. which is mostly run by the doctors. Although I need to follow policies, I'm still facing issues in my nursing administration in implementing recommended maximum working hours per week, sanctioning sick leave or paid leave, and also to resolve issues of sensitive nature of nurses. So graphical representations, proposition 1, respondents' opinion on current status of nurses. Then proposition 2, ways and benefits to invest in nursing for global health. Implementation of minimum standards. Majority of the administrators, 88.3%, suggested that nursing regulatory bodies and the Health Ministry of India need to take the lead for bringing change in licensing for RN's cadre system. Also, implementation of recommended basic pay scale in private hospitals or colleges and implementing that recommended standard working hours, that is maximum 40 hours per week. Licensing system should be improvised with the provision of standardized skill assessment before considering eligibility to practice as RN and independent nurse practitioner. Empowerment programs. Some of the respondents, 78.3%, suggested that nurses must invest in research and CNE programs such as leadership development program because it helps them to advance their field, to stay updated and offer quality patient care. Almost all the nurse administrators have the opinion in investing adequate staffing, occupational health and safety must be prioritized and enforced with special effect towards nurses. Increment and other allowances should be guaranteed regularly to attract and retain and motivate nurses. Quality strengthening of educational institutions. Majority of the respondents, 60%, suggested that nursing educational institutions should strengthen their capacity by addressing inadequacies in faculty members, infrastructure limitations, and the availability of appropriate clinical practice sites. So graphical representation of proposition 2. Proposition 3, role of nurse leader to invest in nursing for global health. Nurse as policy makers. So majority, 83.3%, conveyed about the limitation of nurse leaders and absence of nurse politicians to formulate policies and legislations related to nursing profession is an issue to be considered. Key respondents, 78.3%, commented that nurses are confident and articulate to participate in policy conversations, solution framing, and management and performance of health systems. Nurse lobbyist. Majority, 75% of respondents are not participating in lobbying due to lack of awareness, skills, resources, support, and less opportunity, and remaining 25% has not responded towards lobbying. Almost all the key informants were of the opinion that nurse leaders have an important role in improving the current status of nurses with a view to invest in nursing to secure global health. A head nurse explained her position. I have been working as a nursing supervisor in this hospital since 20 years, but I have to follow and maintain the power structure of the work environment because if I say something, this administration will sue me. That's why most nurses stay quiet and don't express their issues to others to save their job. So graphical representation of proposition 3. The nurses are key providers in primary health care, comprising 60 to 80% of the total health system workforce and provide 90% of all the healthcare services. They have an important role in solving present and future global health problems. However, their role in practice such as policy forum and influential decision-making institutions in global health sector is limited. According to ISN report on 12th May 2022, it specifies the need to invest in nursing education, jobs, leadership, service delivery, safety of nurse, care of health and well-being of nurses. In this study, nursing administrators expressed the need to focus on research, CNE programs, and implementation of standard recommended working hours, basic pay scale for private nurses, nurse-patient ratio, and prevention of discrimination and humiliation from other healthcare members. Recommendation. In the light of the above findings, it was found that there exists a need to encourage the nurse leaders to raise their voice loudly to solve the current status of nurses. Similar study can be replicated on a large sample to increase validity and generalization of findings. Implications for nursing, health, and social policy. This study promotes the status of nursing in India. It provides influential evidence to policymakers who should urgently address nurses' workplace issues like health and safety, exploitation of working hours, and below par pay scale as a global right. Limitation. Small number of samples limits generalization of research findings. Hence, long-term follow-up could not be carried out due to time constraints. And finally, the study is exposed to inherent weakness of qualitative studies, such as limited interpretations, difficulty to verify findings, and not statistically representative and inability to generalize findings. Strength. This research approach provided an open field to study subjects and allowed them to express their feelings and ideas. I'm concluding, nurses are the head concourse and lifeline of healthcare organization, but still lack of recognition. Concern on this has been expressed by many, but till date, no strong visible implementation of laws and policies are seen. Nurses need to take initiation and leadership at higher levels to bring change in the existing scenario and implement the recommendations regarding basic pay and maximum working hours per week. Collaborative working model for nurses and doctors with mutual respect would reflect positively on the health outcomes of the country. These are the few references I have used for my study. Thanking you all, and thank you for TNA for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Meera, for your informative presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
As we are running short of time, I would like to inform the audience to please convey your messages to her if you have any queries. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the end of the plenary session 3, I would like to thank you all for your patient listening and active participation in the plenary session. Hopefully, these presentations are going to benefit you in your future and empowering you in your future career opportunities. Thank you, one. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody.
Now it's a time for felicitation. May I humbly request both the moderators to appreciate the presenters with certificate and a memento. May I request the presenters, Dr. R. Sudha, Dr. Nivedita, and Mrs. Meera to come up on the stage. Nivedita. I request Dr. Nivedita and Meera to be near to the stage. Dr. Nivedita, I request Mrs. Meera. Dr. Nivedita. Dr. Nivedita is here from Maharashtra. Second presenter coming. Thank you, both of you, ma'am. It is a time to felicitate the moderators too. May I request Madam Swapna Joshi, National Vice President, West Region, to felicitate our moderator and Madam Ani Kumar. May I request our former president, Madam Anita Diodar, to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Arun Jyoti Borwa. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Swapna, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, as our mind is enriched with knowledge today, there are so many other learnings also for tomorrow. So I think let us all break for tea, and you all are requested to come back to enjoy the cultural program, which will be the next event. Oh God. I'm sorry. I kindly request you to be seated, please. We need to felicitate the judges of the postal presentation. The postal presentation was evaluated by the judges, and I request the judges of the postal presentation to come up onto the stage. May I request Mrs. Tiyakala Longkumar, President of Nagaland, Dr. Jaya Vijay, President of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Pallavi Talukar, LGB College of Nursing, Tezpur, who had evaluated the posters on mental health nursing. Huh? Catherine? Yeah, she will be. She will be. Okay, I request Professor Kathleen to come forward to felicitate the judges for postal presentation. Dr. Jaya Vijay, President, Madhya Pradesh. Madam Tiyakala Longkumar, Dr. Pallavi Talukar. Is Dr. Pallavi Talukar is here? May I request Dr. Rajeshwari, President of Telangana, to come near to the stage. May I request Mrs. Mary Malik, the President of Uttar Pradesh State Branch, to come near to the stage. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Kathleen. Thank you. May I request Dr. Gopi Chandran, President of Delhi, Dr. Yogesh Kumar Yadav, Secretary of Rajasthan TNAI State Branch, and Mrs. Geeta Baishya, RCN College of Regional College of Nursing, to come to the stage. To come to the stage. I request Dr. Rajeshwari, President of Telangana TNAI State Branch, to felicitate the judges. Dr. Yogesh Kumar Yadav. Madam Mary Malik, ma'am, please. You are going to felicitate for the next person. Mrs. Geeta Baishya from Regional College of Nursing for evaluating the posters on medical surgical nursing. Dr. Yogesh Kumar Yadav. Thank you, Dr. Rajeshwari. May I request Mrs. Mary Malik, ma'am, President of Uttar Pradesh branch, to felicitate the judges of OBG nursing. Madam Anita Deodar, former President TNAI, Dr. Sona PS, President Kerala, Dr. Enu Bora, Regional College of Nursing. I request the judges to come forward. Ma'am, please. I request Dr. Sona PS. Oh, ma'am, Mary Malik madam will felicitate both of them. They are the judges now. One by one. Oh, God. Thank you, Dr. Sona. I request Dr. Enu Bora, Regional College of Nursing. Yeah. Please wait, ma'am. May I request Madam Shamshir Begum, President of Andhra Pradesh, to come near the stage. Thank you, Madam Anita. Thank you, Dr. Sona, for being the judge for the OBG posters. She's receiving, ma'am. She's receiving. I announced, that's how she came. Next, I would like to invite the judges of the pediatric and community health nursing, Madam Prachi Daraf, Secretary of Maharashtra branch, Mrs. Usha Malik, Secretary of West Bengal branch, and Mrs. Peneki Bian, Nursing Superintendent of Apollo Hospital, Guwahati, to come forward to the stage. Yeah, may I request, Madam Shamshir is out here. May I request Professor Kathleen to felicitate our judges. Ma'am, please, once again, you are invited. May I request Mrs. Prachi Darab, Secretary of Maharashtra State Branch. Madam Pinaki Bian, Nursing Superintendent, Apollo Hospital, Guwahati. Madam Usha Malik, Secretary of West Bengal Branch. Hmm? Thank you, Professor Kathleen. It's a time for tea break. After the tea break, let us all come back to the same hall for the cultural event. Kind attention to all the delegates. Let us all break for tea, have your tea, and please be requested to come back to this same place for cultural event, to enjoy the cultural event. Yeah, now it is 5:45. Let us be back by 6:15. I know, ma'am, you are all asking to come, tell them to come back by 6 o'clock, but if it is cultural event, is said, they will be here by another 10 minutes. I request the chairperson of the cultural committee to make a necessary arrangement for the cultural event. Cultural committee, chairperson of cultural committee to take over for the forthcoming cultural event. ये तो close है.
मैम कुछ लेके तो नहीं आना। ये प्लेट्स ले जाना। ये तो अभी कल भी चाहिए ना मैम, कल भी चाहिए सारा, तो रहने दो, पता नहीं कोई नहीं, रख देता हूँ वहाँ पे हमारे।
Good. Can I get for? I wanted to take one photo. Only one.
हाँ, आपका आप एक बात पूछूंगी।
Ma'am, please 1 minute, just wait. One minute.
Dinas? Madam is there only.
Kind attention to the presenters of the concurrent session. The concurrent session will happen tomorrow between 11 a.m. to 11 a.m. It will be happening in the three different halls. Hall A for mental health nursing. Hall A is Sri Madhava Deva International Auditorium for mental health nursing. For medical surgical nursing, it will happen in Hall C, Dr. Banikanta Kakati Auditorium. For OBG, it will happen in Hall B, that is Dimbeshwar Niyog Sobagriha Auditorium. So I request all the presenters for the concurrent session to be ready for tomorrow. Morning 9 o'clock. Yeah. All are requested to be available here tomorrow by 8:30 in the morning. There are two important orations are there, followed with concurrent session in 3 different halls. Directions will be given to you tomorrow for the presenters for the concurrent session. Thank you. Whoever the presenters are not here available here, the respective executive members or the delegates can pass on this information to the presenters for the concurrent session. Thank you.
क्या मॉनिटर What हो गया? हमको तो पता नहीं रहा हम लोग कलकत्ता से आया है लेकिन हम लोग को नाम रहेगा हम लोग को सिर्फ बताया डॉक्टर कॉन्फ्रेंस है लेकिन ये सब होगा तो ये सब पता नहीं सिस्टम से सिस्टम आना चाहिए ना बैंक बिना मॉनिटर का होगा ये मॉनिटर कैसे हम पांचों को सुनना है हम लोगों के पास कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं था इसका बारे में कुछ लेके आए थे बैंक है सबका सीनियर मॉडल लगता है कुछ बताएंगे सर सबके एक बार বোঝাও কিভাবে তারি যাও হ্যাঁ রে लेवे है
Check. Check.
I'll just.
Good evening, everyone. Are we all settled to start the cultural program of the evening?
So now we are going to start our cultural evening. भारतीय संस्कृति जीवन की विधि है, संस्कारों से पोषित बहुमूल्य निधि है, विश्व की पहली और महान संस्कृति, विविधता में एकता की अनुरुक्त समीकृति.
India is a kaleidoscope of cultures that includes obscene variations and diversity. Though cut off from the world by 3 oceans and the highest chain of mountains, this peninsula has been invaded time and standing alone as symbol of unity in diversity.
Today, that we are going to witness the beauty of our culture here at Srimanta Shankaradeva Kalakshetra, Guwahati, Assam.
Namaskar.
A very warm good evening to all. Today, I, Nishita Datta,
and I, Ning Ramya, feel privileged to welcome you all to have a glimpse of the cultural events in this 77th National Conference of TNAI hosted by the Northeast India for the second time after 35 years here in Assam. Nurses are truly known for their array of talents. Not only are they the backbone of healthcare industry, but they also bring a lot to the table.
Yes, we are so blessed that we have this evening to showcase our array of talents. We will be having numerous performances from nurses who have come from all parts of the country. We also feel honored to have with us our chief guest and all our esteemed dignitaries from every corner of our nation.
So everyone, our musicians are ready to play music for all of us. We are the host, me, Ning Ramya, and my co-host, Ms. Nishita. We are ready to host you for this evening. Are you all ready? Are you ready for the music and for the dancers of the cultural evening? All right. So hold your breaths, everyone. Settle down, everyone. And let's remain seated. And we will go and we will unveil the rainbow of events of this evening. Today, we have among us our honorable chief guest of today's evening, Dr. Hitesh Barua, sir. He is a managing director of Nemcare Hospitals, Guwahati. He is also the advisor of the 77th National TNAI Conference. He started his journey in 2001. Under his leadership, he founded Northeast Medical Care and Research Center Private Limited, Nemcare Hospitals, which has emerged as a forerunner of integrated healthcare in entire Northeast.
Not only this, sir is an active social worker too, and he has very keen interest in music, cultural activities. He has been a director of soulful music for renowned Assamese film like Ma Tumi Anonya, Et Ontohin Jatra, Suren Surarputek, Junda Iman Gunda, and for the Bengali version of Suren Surarputek. For his achievement in music, sir has been awarded Best Music Director from Northeast TV for the year 2004 and 2005, as well as Best Music Director from Jyotirupa Filmfare Awards for the movie Junda Iman Gunda and Best Music Director for Bakor Putek.
Not only it, sir is a renowned writer. Too, sir has published various short stories, poems in different magazines and newspapers. Can we all give a round of applause to sir?
Moving on, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as light expels the darkness of night. To start today's cultural event, now may I request our respected chief guests and esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward to light the ceremonial ramp. We request all the volunteers to kindly escort our dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony.
We would also like this opportunity to invite Dr. Bamin Tada, Medical Secretary, CNEI Guwahati, to kindly come to the stage to light the lamp.
I request all the advisors to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting.
Shall we all give a round of applause as the light is being lamped? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, our distinguished dignitaries. I request our chief guest as well as our guests to kindly remain in the stage. Would like to felicitate you, sir. Sir, we're truly glad that you have graced this program to be a part of our TNAI conference. To felicitate Dr. Nitesh Barua, sir, Chairman, MD of Nemcare Hospitals Guwahati, I request Mrs. Korobi Das, Chairperson of Cultural Program, to kindly felicitate, sir. Also, we are very glad Thank you so much, ma'am. Also, we're very glad that we have amongst us Dr. Bamin Tada, Medical Secretary of CNEI Guwahati. I request Mrs. Bina Bora, National Co-opted Member TNAI Assam Branch, to kindly felicitate, sir.
A huge round of applause for sir.
Can we all give a round of applause to Dr. Jeet Patwari, Partner Clinical Healthcare Consultants Guwahati. May I request Dr. Anjali Hazarika, General Secretary TNAI, to kindly felicitate, sir.
Thank you all. Moving on, now I would like to read out the agenda for today's evening.
We're very truly glad that we have our sir, our chief guest of the day, that he will be performing a wonderful song for all of us. Can we all give a round of applause and welcome sir on stage?
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Long live TNI. Long live TNI. Yes? Yes or no? TNI, TNI, TNI. Indian TNI. TNI, TNI. Long live Indian TNI. Sirodin, Sirokal Kriyamar. Smriti Ekhilato Munali Dino. TNI, TNI, TNI. Long live India, TNI. Long live TNI. Yes. First of all, I welcome all of you, all delegates from all over India. Today, I want to express my feeling. I want to express my emotion. We are all are health workers. Yes or not? Not you. I am also. We all are health workers. But you are the backbone of the health department. Yes or no? Yes. So you confidently you have to say, yes, we are, not I am, you are backbone of one health organization. Hospital or any corporate or private or government, whatever, but you are backbone of one hospital. So today I welcome all of you. Without you, we can't survive. We have social responsibility. Apart from social responsibility, we have to do something for the society. Yes or not? So I welcome all of you. You do work. You do something for the society. We have commitment. We always along with you. Today is National Conference. I think you love Assam. Yes or no? You all over from all states, you come and you are delegate today. But we have we have to think that Assam, as you come to Assam, we are host, but we are actually good host or not. But we don't know. You have to give feedback. You have to carry out our love. And remember forever, then we will satisfy. Then you will say, yes, we are good host. So today, this cultural night, I want to inaugurate which one Bihu song. You love Bihu? Yes or no? Okay, one division I declare the color solution illegal. Okay? মরম নই পারতে তোমাক মই দেখিলু ও খাজিলু মরম নই পারে হই তোমার মাঠ ভূমিলু ওনে মাটি কেনে কই ঠাকুর এই জন্য নাচনি বহর মরম লাগিছে এই জন্য নাচনি খাজা হলো যাও লাগিছে এই জন্য নাচনি জুয়া বায়ু দেখিছো কোথায় পাতিছো গাই দিনু মহরমে বলিয়া করে ওই মহরমত মরদিন নাচে ওই is our Sabhima. Bihu is our proud. It is our You understand Assamese song? No. Without Bihu. So you want Bihu. Again Bihu. Okay. Oh, yes. Dr. Zit, he is good in guitar. He is my favorite one, and he is my brother also. Lukai lukai non kahili Maru jabonai ke oi Ruaru mona bomai kakoi Murmanu potharon roni Murmanu potharon damoni Premur kamosa bua I want clap. Just you have to give rhythm by clap. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Go.
Hey!
Wow, what a grand opening, right? We are so blessed today that we got this opportunity, and sir has truly mentioned, Bihu Amar Man, Bihu Amar Swabhiman.
Well, the entire day, we all have been, I'm sure all of us who are here have been captivated by the scientific presentations that we have had from morning. But there's a proverb that says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So this evening, we have had the first grand opening by our chief guest and our distinguished guests. If you say, and if you agree that all play, all work makes Jack a dull boy, do you agree to it? Oh no, so less of energy amongst us. Do you agree with it? All right, so that is why we say we have an array of talents from all the nurses all around the corners of the country, and they are here to present us their various diversities into this platform today. Over to you, Ms. Nishita.
Yes, you have truly said. So moving on, now we would like to start our program with a group song from Assam. And we are so happy to inform you that most of the performers are the chairpersons of today's conference.
The song they are presenting is written, composed and sung by Bharat Ratna Dr. Bhupen Hazarika, an unparalleled legend in the world of music. The Assamese culture and Assamese rustic life are incomplete and inadequate without his songs. We'd like to start today's program by giving our heartfelt tribute to the legend.
We now request all the members of the group song to kindly proceed. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful performance. Before we go or proceed with the next performance, can I please see a big smile on your face? Because it's a wonderful evening to have this conference after 2 years. Every 2 years, we're having this conference, and it is an opportunity to celebrate diversity of the country of India. We've just started with the state of Assam, and we have so many states performances of the evening. Can we all give a round of applause to state of Assam once more?
Moving on, now we'd like to call upon the participants from the land of mighty eastern Himalayas, the land of rising sun, curled beneath the eastern ramparts of the Himalayas, broods a wild land of unnamed peaks and unexplored forest.
Any guesses from the audience? So we're done with the state of Assam. We still have a few performances left, but as has mentioned, land of the rising sun. Any guesses from the audience? Did I hear Andhra Pradesh? Or did I hear Nagaland? So what it is? Yes, you're absolutely right. It's from the land of the state of Arunachal Pradesh, and they are presenting a folk dance performance which they will represent the major tribes, that is Nishi, Apatani, Galo, and Adi.
So let us witness the beautiful culture of Arunachal Pradesh. A huge round of applause for all the participants.
Can we all give a round of applause to our musicians of the evening as they leave the stage? Performers from Arunachal Pradesh, kindly come and take your time.
Siniga ani so ei suni moraso aro cerjo mojare so silga yulo yutale so atta gutta padre lubire so ai gamre no pore sogno della so logo alo soja jinja you logo alo soja jinja logo alo soja jinja you logo alo soja jinja लेना गली सितारों घूम लेना हम पीछे हो दिल तोल दो में मिला हम पीछे हो अरे रोए मोहब्बत में मिला सिल पपीना सिल मोची आलो सिल पपीना सिल मोची आलो
I know. Within time. It is within time.
As they are preparing, you will speak. Okay.
Yes. As they are preparing.
Wasn't it beautiful?
They will be performing song, right?
So from their performance only, we can make it out how rich is their culture, isn't it? So moving on, next up we have a group song performance from Arunachal itself. This song is dedicated to the nurses, to us, the unsung heroes who are like the candles in the darkness, in the sufferings, in the sickness, and in pain. So let's welcome another group song from the state of Arunachal Pradesh.
Serial number of that program.
Please tell them to come nearby. Or tell them to come nearby. Come. Yes, one mic will do. Can we bring the stand in the front? It's okay. It's okay. Please stand. One. Yeah. Stand. You don't need. You move. Stand. That is the stand. No, they'll bring the stand. Stand. Two mics. Two mics. Okay.
मैम देखिए देखिए
Little low.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is supposed to be a surprise number, but we are already on the stage. Anyway, very good evening to all of you. And this song will be in English, dedicated to the nurses of the country. And the name of the song is Carry Your Candle.
Some dark and cold.
ना रातों को सो रही है, ना अपनी दुखों में रो रही है, औरों की सेवा करते अपनी दिन बिता रही है. Truly, we the nurses are tirelessly working for the benefit of all the humankind.
The song that they sang, they said, carry your candle. We all who are seated here today, we might be nurses working in the hospital. Some of us might be nursing tutors, we might be lecturers, we might be assistant professors somewhere. We might be professors in school, in college of nursing. However, it might be, yes, it is so important because it is the nurses who are truly the light of the hospital. And it is truly important that when we are in the hospital, we need to be the light for our patients. We need to be the light for our colleagues as well, to the doctors, to the nurses, the housekeeping staff, whoever it might be in the hospital, we need to be the light for them. Also the same to all the teachers who are here this evening, we need to be the light for them. And such a wonderful song that they have dedicated it to all the nurses. Can we all give a round of applause to the team of Arunachal Pradesh? The song, the choir, the ones who sang the song were Mrs. Cheryl Suzanne, Takani Karshan Tiu. She's the Vice President, Northeast Region TNAI. Can we all give a round of applause to her? Miss Hanu Auntie, she's from Arunachal Pradesh. Miss Jessica from H, listen to your advice.
Thank you to all the performers. Next up, we have a group dance by the Land of Jewels. Do you know whom I am referring to? The audience, the Land of Jewels. Any guesses? Yes, right. We are talking about our sister land, none other than Manipur, the land of pristine beauty with words, only floating national park.
They will be performing Thaugal Jagoi dance, which is a folk dance of the Meitei community performed during the Lai Harauba festival before deities. We welcome all the participants to kindly get ready and take the stage.
Nurses are not talented. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We, the executive member of TNAI Manipur State Branch, are performing Manipuri dance. Please welcome us. Thank you.
lấy ai thầm bao xa nê khôi mù nắng in ê khôi rào bờ xa bi nào thang sơ chi nào cơn lơ bờ yam đi cơn gió bờ yam đi mang đơ thao lòng nằm xôn mi nằm trôi ngang ô nô đau em buồn hao ipam gilang dam ye lu di shiva mai pita hore sabi bacha Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ những video hấp dẫn.
Wasn't it beautiful? Truly, how gracious your performance was, Poetry of Footsteps. You have captivated all of us. Thank you so much to all the performers for such a wonderful performance. A huge round of applause for them.
I think it would not be wrong to make a statement saying that Manipur Meitei dance is one of the most graceful and one of the most delicate dances in the country. We have round of applause for the Meitei group. Next up, we have a performance from the state of Meghalaya. They will be performing a Wangala dance, which is performed in the post-harvest festival of the Garos and Kashak Sho Kapa of the Khasis.
These dances mark the end period of toil in the fields and harvesting of bumper crops, as also celebrating ethnic art, form, and culture. A time to be thankful, a time to be free. I request all the participants from Meghalaya to kindly get ready and take over the stage for their performance.
Meghalaya, abode of the clouds, home to the many tribes residing in its beautiful plateau, blessed with nature and rich culture, a unique matrilineal system. The female are custodians of the lineage. She stands as the honor and dignity of the clan. Shouldering her sanctified duty, she keeps and gathers the family earnings, preserving for the future generation. The male plays the role of a protector, a guide, and a leader, leading his clan. The Khasi inhabits the eastern part of the state. Residing in Jaintia Hills are known as the Jaintias. Occupying the lowlands and foothills are Hoi in the southern tracts as War, while the Lingam live in the northern western part. All descended from Kabri, Northrop, Skum. With variations owing to geographical divisions, traditions, customs, and usages are similar. Headed by the clan chief, the Nokma, the Garos occupy the area known as the Garo Hills with 12 sub-tribes. A presentation of the Wangala dance, a post-harvest festival of the Garos, and Kasha Shokba of the Khasi marks the end period of the toil in the fields and harvesting of bumper crops. The hills and valleys echoes and re-echo with the sound of drums and general revelry. The throbbing beat of the drums that echoes bear memories of beauty, excitement, and friendship, announcing the coming of the festival and the way of life, celebrating ethnic art, form, and culture. It is a time to be thankful and a time to be free.
Round of applause for the Meghalaya team. Whenever the Meghalaya team, they perform their Khasi dance, it is always thrilling and it is always energetic. Thank you, Meghalaya, for your energetic performance.
Moving on, we are pleased to invite on stage a group song performance from one of the tiniest state of India, which is full of